Senate will come to order. Senator Blanco, for what purpose?
Questions for the author?
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Senator. So I've got some questions that are a little higher elevation, so to speak, but do you believe the Constitution legally permits one racial group to enjoy representation than other racial groups?
I think, no, of course not. I mean, equal justice, all our laws are to apply equally to every one in the United States.
Okay, so your answer is you do not believe the Constitution legally permits one racial group to enjoy more representation than other racial groups. You do not believe that?
What equal protection is all about, if I understand your question, yes.
Okay, so you mentioned the equal protection. Do you mean the Equal Protection Clause?
Yes.
Okay. So can you explain what in the Constitution, other than the Equal Protection Clause, would prohibit one racial group from enjoying more representation than any other racial group?
Senator, I really just don't want to get into a discussion at that level. I will tell you that everyone under our Constitution, the intent is that everyone be treated equally under the law. That's what equal justice, that's what equal rights is all about. There are always failures in that, but I think generally as a nation we try to correct those failures.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate that you believe the Equal Protection Clause is there to ensure that no racial group enjoys greater representation than any other. The Equal Protection Clause
I believe that everyone should be treated equally under the law. I believe that's what the Constitution requires.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Senator, you said that your goal was to provide a legal map. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And as you know, our Constitution provides for equal protections that you had just mentioned. Can you elaborate on how this map legally complies with the Equal Protection Clause from our Constitution?
So the most accurate answer I can give you is that I'm not a redistricting attorney. I'm not a constitutional attorney, but I hired very, very good redistricting attorneys with a broad background in constitutional law. And I asked them to review this map and tell me if it in any way violated 14th Amendment, any aspect of the Constitution, the VRA, anything. And they have come back and told me unequivocally that this does not violate any applicable law.
Did they cite any examples?
Well, I know that they ran a jingles analysis and other reviews as are typically done in the redistricting process.
Did they refer to the Equal Protection Clause?
Yes, they have referred to the 14th Amendment.
Can you explain how so?
Just in saying that it did not violate the 14th Amendment.
I'm sorry, I can...
Just in saying that it was not a violation of the 14th Amendment, the Voting Rights Act, or any other applicable law.
Did they go into detail how it doesn't?
No, and again, I didn't want to get in myself into reviewing racial data, and so what I asked them to do is bring me their conclusions of law. I also am not, I don't have the expertise to analyze the statistical parts of a review, such as jingles, where you're doing a regression analysis, or all the different things that are looked at. That's just not my area of expertise. So I just asked them to bring me their conclusions.
You asked them to bring their expertise?
Yes.
And what was their expertise? What did they say?
They said that that HB4 did not violate any applicable law, that it complied with the VRA and the Constitution.
Did they explain how it complied with the VRA?
Only that it did comply in all aspects of the VRA.
Did you ask how it complied with the VRA?
Well, trying to think how to answer that. I asked them to do a very, very detailed analysis, and I asked them if their review had in any way shown that it violated the Voting Rights Act, and they have assured me that it does not.
Okay. I asked these questions
And when I
because
say that, obviously, that's with regard to race, color, minority, language group, all the things that the VRA is intended to protect.
okay, because today blacks and Hispanics in Texas make up 51% of the population, while white Texans make up 39%. Would you agree with those demographics?
That sounds about right.
Okay, if you agree with those demographics, can you explain how a map that results in 70% of congressional districts being majority white reflect that reality?
Well, with regard to this map, we don't know who's going to be elected, whether they're going to be Anglo, Black, Hispanic, Asian, we don't know. And, but I believe people are going to have the opportunity to vote for the candidates that they think will best represent their interest.
We don't know, but you drew maps based on current demographics?
I drew maps based on historic voting of Republican, Democrat voting patterns.
Regardless of race?
And actually, I didn't draw the map, but I believe that's what this map reflects.
Not looking at race?
Not voting on race.
Okay. 45 years ago, Anglos were 66% of Texas population. Today, Anglos make up 39.8% of population. And despite that massive demographic shift, why does this map reflect the same demographics from half a century ago?
Well, I think your statement would presume that Hispanics are not voting for Republicans, and I don't think that's the case. I think Hispanics are. I think, well, the fact that we have Hispanic members on this body, I think that Republicans are voting, let me say this correctly. I think your statement assumes that Hispanics will not vote for Republicans, and I just don't think that's accurate.
Would you assume that Hispanics are trending to vote more Republican than Democratic?
You know, I haven't really analyzed that at anything other than an anecdotal level, but I just believe that this map is going to create at least 5 more competitive districts. I don't know whether someone Hispanic or Anglo or African American will be elected to those, or Asian. I don't know, and I don't know who will run for them. But I know when you look at Republican versus Democrat, those districts, those 5, will lean more Republican. But they're going to be very competitive districts. There's not a walk-through, a guarantee by any measure.
So you just mentioned that this map improves Republican performance. Isn't it true that the effect of this map, even if not intentional, does dilute Hispanic vote and black voting power?
I haven't seen any data suggesting that.
No? Okay. So you argue that these maps are race neutral, but haven't conservative federal courts already struck down similar supposed race neutral maps in states like Louisiana, in Alabama, Mississippi, for doing exactly what House Bill 4 does here because of the effect?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to ask the gentleman a few questions, if I may.
Senator King, do you yield?
I am, but I'm still recovering from your questions about SB 15, so.
Gentleman yields.
I forgot which one that one was. Well, let's go about when we, in the first called special session, when we got up, and I think we were kind of putting the rules out. You'll recall what you said then. I asked you then if you would have voted for a map in 2021, and then when I think the congressionals we did in 21. I asked you then if you would have voted for a map that violated the Voting Rights Act, because my suggestion was that's what the Department of Justice letter suggests. Department of Justice letter clearly states that these districts in question are that race was taken into consideration in the creation of these districts that they now want to undo. Excuse me, Mr. President, can we have members kind of quiet down and maybe take their telephone conversations off the floor, please? It's a little bit too distracting.
Members, can we have some order so we can hear the discussion between the members? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we talked about that then, I asked you, did you think that the maps that we voted on in 2021 were fair and within the Voting Rights Act? And your answer to me was that I would not have voted for maps that I felt were illegal. Do you remember that answer?
I don't specifically recall the conversation, but I would not have voted intentionally for any map that I believed violated the Voting Rights Act or any other applicable law.
Okay. So in 2021,
In 2021.
you voted for maps, congressional maps, and you felt that those maps were fair within the Voting Rights Act, and there was no race in the consideration of those maps. That's why you voted for those maps. Yes or no?
At the time I voted, I believe those to be legal maps, and I still do.
Okay. You still do.
I haven't personally been presented with any evidence otherwise.
Then why are we here? Why are you carrying this bill?
As I've stated before, one of the purposes of the bill is to improve Republican candidate performance for congressional candidates.
Okay. You're a very good lawyer. You are. I really respect you for that. And I've seen you here, and I've seen you in the House of Representatives. We've served together now for almost 20 years.
Beast.
It's crazy. Sometimes I think I'm crazy for being in here. But you've always been very well prepared. Do you go into the courthouse when I don't know, I know you've done some criminal work, and I know you've done some civil work. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Right. I'm kind of like, I don't know, I can't characterize you. I characterize me as kind of a street lawyer. I do a little criminal, a little bit of family, a little bit of civil work. I've tried damn near just about anything except for the really stuff that I can't get into, which is like bankruptcy and stuff like that, stuff in federal court, even though I'm licensed in federal court. So you've tried a little bit of everything yourself.
I really don't practice much anymore, but I did some litigation. I did some transactional, yes.
When you go to litigation, when you go into a civil courtroom, you'd have your trial notebooks. And in that trial notebook, you had all your pleadings. You had all your discovery. Yes?
Yes.
You had your exhibits, correct?
When I was prepared, yes.
Yes. And all of that was to present to the court, to present the best argument for your client, to be able to do the things that you needed to do to have success in court, correct?
Yes.
And I understand you're not a voting rights expert and you're not a redistricting expert. But over and over again today you said, well, I don't know, and I'm just relying on what these lawyers told me to do. I'm just relying on what they've said. So a lot of people have asked you the same question, and I don't know that I want to ask the same question again, but I'm going to go down through this a little bit, and we're going to try to see where we get from here. Is CD7 a coalition district in the current plan, in your opinion?
In the current map,
Yes, sir.
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not advised.
Not advised. So are you also not advised? Does HB4 change that? Is it still a majority-minority?
To determine if something is a majority-minority district or to determine if something is a coalition district, you have to look at racial data, and I have not done that.
Is CD9 a coalition district?
Same answer.
HB4 changes that by making it barely a Latino majority, correct, to 50.3.
Again, I have not looked at racial data.
You can't answer the fact that HB4 changes CD9 to 50.3 Latino?
I can tell you that HB4 makes CD9 a more Republican-leaning district than it is today.
And they tweaked just barely Hispanic, just over the 50% mark. CD18, a coalition district in the current plan, in your opinion?
Again, to determine if something is a coalition district, you have to look at racial data, and I have not looked at racial data.
Is CD22 a coalition district?
I would have to give the same answer to that to any district you ask me about of the 38.
Okay, so you didn't look at race. We can go on and on and on, and you're going to say, give me the same answer that you didn't look at race as a consideration in making these maps because you didn't actually make the maps, correct?
That's correct.
Other people made the maps.
Correct.
And you don't know whether those people looked at you.
All I can tell you is, and I haven't, who physically drew the maps, I haven't inquired as to the process, who all was involved in that. All I can tell you is that I am confident that the map does not violate the VRA or any other applicable law, and that it also will make at least 5 districts perform better for a Republican candidate.
I'm going to try to keep my temperature down at this level because I think it's important. But I find it interesting that you keep going back to this notion that you don't know, you were told, you didn't make the maps, you didn't call the people that make the maps, they didn't communicate with you, you don't know who they are, you never saw them. What kind of level of preparedness is that on this very important matter? We're supposed to believe some person that you don't even know who made these?
As I've said before, House Bill 4 meets all legal criteria, and it will promote the election of more Republican congressional members.
Okay, that's great. But that's not what the United States Justice Department said. They said that these race-based considerations from these special districts were created, making them unconstitutional coalition districts. So they had to, if you take the inverse of this, they had to have used race in making their assessments. They had to take race into consideration. Correct? That's what they say in this letter.
As far as I know, they haven't written any letter in regard to HB4. If you're speaking of the existing 2021 map, that letter states those conclusions, but I have not seen, nor do I know of anyone who's seen any underlying data in support of those conclusions.
The same maps that you said were fair, legal, within the Voting Rights Act, they make conclusions that claim that race was taken into consideration in the making of those maps. And you're now telling us, because that's why we're here because of this letter. And we know that because Greg Abbott included this letter in his first call. Correct?
He did mention that letter in the first call.
There are 9 congressional districts currently that do not have a majority of any single race, correct? That's CD 7, 9, 18, 22, 27, 30, 32, 33, and 35. Take my word for that?
Are you referring to the 2021 map or HB4?
Currently, the maps that are currently in place.
And again, I haven't looked at the racial data for those maps.
HB4 makes 3 of them majority Anglo. CD 22, 27, and 32. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know how many times to say it, and I don't mean to upset you, and I don't want your temperature to get up, as you referred to. But I have not looked at any racial data, period, at any time, in any way. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's the right way to approach redistricting.
Okay, so you're going into the trial, and you're very, very well prepared at trial. I've seen you come into committees, and I've seen you come on this floor very, very well prepared on your bills. But on this one, we're supposed to believe I don't know, I didn't make the maps, I didn't talk to the map makers, and I'm just going to go on the advice and counsel of what the lawyers tell me. Is that a fair statement?
No.
What is then? I mean, you're accountable, right? You're a buck stops here kind of guy?
I was going to try to answer your previous question.
Well, answer that one. Are you accountable?
Yes, I'm accountable to God. I'm accountable to my wife. I'm accountable to my family. I'm accountable to this body, certainly.
Okay, you're accountable to this body. You're accountable to the people of Texas, correct?
Sure.
So if a 3-judge panel looks at these, there's going to be a lawsuit. We know that. The 3-judge panel finds that race was definitely a consideration in this place because that was said in that DOJ letter. That's what was said by the governor. That's what was said in the House of Representatives. That's what Todd Hunter over there said. That's what Pam Bondi says. And so maybe you've been a very good lawyer or a very good witness here and been dodging everything. But ultimately, if that 3-judge panel says that race was a consideration, then you erred, I guess.
Well, any determinations that they make one way or the other are going to be based on expert witnesses that have done the type of analysis to answer their questions.
Okay, that's good. Expert witnesses did analysis. And those experts, are those your lawyers? Are those your lawyers?
Are they no, I think under privilege they would not be under expert witnesses.
Okay.
That might be in some cases who they used could be. That's a long discussion for a different day.
Let me skip around a little bit because you bring about expert witnesses and expert analysis. Red Apple has political data down to the block level. Or is it by voter tabulation district or precinct? So does Red Apple have political data down to the block level, to your knowledge?
It's been a long time since I've played with Red Apple, but it takes it down to the census tract level, I recall. But I also think a lot of people are using a different program out there, I forget the name of it, that for drawing redistricting maps today.
Tell all these people in the room what Red Apple is. We should probably educate them because they probably think we're talking about our iPhone.
Well, Red Apple is a program that's been utilized by the Texas legislature for many years to assist in drawing maps.
Okay, fair enough. Does Red Apple have political data down to the block level?
You know, I honestly have not looked at Red Apple in so many years. I don't know what it has today.
There are 444 split precincts in this HB4 plan. Do you have any information as to why there are so many split precincts and how the map drawer made those decisions?
Now, are you referring to voting precincts or commissioner precincts or JP precincts, or are you referring to census tracts?
I'm referring to voting precincts.
I suspect if you looked at any redistricting map, state, house, state board of education, anything, you're going to find a lot of precincts that are split, commonly just for rounding out the numbers that you have to get within, in this case, one person, one vote, the exact number, but +5 or -5 in House and Senate.
It's a little bit non-responsive. Do you have any information as to why there are so many split precincts and how the map drawer made those decisions?
No.
Do we have racial data down to the block level? We already said you don't know, correct?
I haven't looked at Red Apple in a long, long time.
I'll submit to you that it doesn't. But guess what does? Guess what does have racial data down to the block level?
I can answer a question. I can't guess at something.
We do it every 10 years, the census. The census has data down to the block level. So if a map drawer is splitting a precinct or a voter tabulation district, the racial data of the blocks in that district could have been used as a split in that district, correct?
Or could not have been used.
Could have or could not have been. Fair enough. Fair enough. And since racial data is the only information that we have below the precinct level, the block level, isn't it likely that the map drawer used race to split the voter tabulation districts like they did so well in House Bill 4 plan?
You know, again, it's just really hard to answer a hypothetical, but
Well,
I would think that if someone had built a map from the bottom up in an illegal fashion, it would be reflected in the final product, and this map is not illegal.
well, I'll tell you that that wasn't a hypothetical. Not a hypothetical. We talked about it earlier when you said you didn't know whether which district or what other district was a coalition district because you haven't really looked at it. You can't tell me what percentage of Anglo or Hispanic or black population are in any district because you don't look at the racial data. But that's what it is. The racial data of these districts that have been created are just barely over their majority minority level. Shrunk down, cracked, over and over and over again. And so for folks in the gallery or watching this on TV, it's pretty simple, right? You just look at the map. You look at this map that you didn't create. Other people created. You don't know who created it. appeared out of blue sky. It was sent to you by, well, who created it?
Senator, this map, this bill, this is a bill, came to me in the same way that you have adopted dozens and dozens of bills over the years. And I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm trying to be straightforward.
Okay, I'll listen without being snarky.
You picked up a House bill that came over. You don't know everything that went into that House bill. You don't know how many people talked about it for the last 5 years or anything about it, but you understand the author's intent. You look at it. It complies with your objectives for legislation. You do some research into it. You see that it meets the law and that it'd be good for the state of Texas, and you pick up and you become the sponsor to that bill. That is exactly what I have done here.
Well,
there's nothing inappropriate about that or irregular. That is as conforming to Senate regular process as it can be. In this case, it's a redistricting map.
That's a nice answer. You
It's
see that
a
woman?
truthful answer.
You see that woman over there? What's her name? Senator Joan Huffman. She had this job 2 sessions ago. She knew what plans she was posing to us. She knew who the drafters were. She did analysis. She talked to lawyers. All of those things were fleshed out and aired out in this floor and in the House where you were.
And I think if you'll go back and look at her testimony, because I have from the presentation of that, she also did not look at racial data. Again, I'm following very appropriate Senate process. And I've gone back and looked at those hearings from when that bill was presented in 2021.
Do some Anglos vote for Democrats in Dallas County?
I'm sure they do, absolutely.
How about Harris County?
I'm sure they do.
You'd agree that there's some crossover Anglo support for Democrats in some urban areas in Texas.
Again, at the 100,000-foot level, people vote for different people, yes.
This might surprise you, but a few Republicans vote for me too. That's a joke, but it's true.
No comment, so.
So if the map drawer were looking just for Democrats in Dallas County, they would get African Americans, Latinos, Asians, and some white people, correct?
I would expect that to be true, yes.
And in Bexar County, there's crossover, Anglo support for Latinos, Latino preferred candidates. You've already suggested that to be true. Then let me ask you this. In Dallas County, how is the map drawer able to recreate CD30 as a black majority in Dallas if the map drawer was not looking for black voters?
Just from past experience, personal experience, I can tell you that it is very easy to draw a map that improves Republican performance by just looking at Republican and Democrat votes. And I believe that's what this map is a product. I believe it's a product of that process.
Yeah. You mentioned these lawyers, you mentioned some experts, you mentioned some expert testimony that I think you probably had in your hearing. I must admit I wasn't at your hearing. This stuff is about as exciting to me as it's exciting to you. And there are things that we truly find exciting in this building. And this is just something we do every 10 years. I get it. The lawyers that you hired, they verified with you that this map is legal. You've said that over and over. Did they give you an EI estimate? Ecological inference estimate? Yes or no?
No.
Did they give you a racial polarized voting analysis. Both of those two different types of analyses are generally performed by these types of people that are reviewing these types of maps. You said that you went to the experts, you hired the best lawyers in town, they did an analysis, and they came back to you that everything is okay, okie dokie, Senator, it's all wonderful, no race in the offing here. Did they give you either one of those two analyses that they likely used?
Well, obviously, in doing the jingles, you have to do the analysis you've discussed. But I specifically have not looked at any of the underlying data because I would have had to look at racial data, and I did not want to take that into consideration in drawing this map. Whether you agree with me that that's a good or bad way to draw a map, I understand we can disagree on that. But I did not take racial data into consideration, and any question you ask me about that, I'm going to be giving the same truthful answer that I've been giving all day on.
No one called you a liar. I didn't call you a liar. I said you're a good lawyer. And despite the jokes, lawyer and liar aren't the same thing. But it sure is a good way to create an ignorant witness. Someone up here to give us the testimony up here and say, well, you know what? They did those things because they have to do them, and I didn't get a book report on that. I didn't look at it. So you're a lawyer, you're accountable to the courts, you're accountable to this body, you're accountable to the taxpayers, you're accountable to God and your family. These reports were likely done, and you didn't review them.
That's correct.
They rendered an opinion. You've said that, correct?
Yes.
Did you review that opinion? You said that earlier, by the way.
I have received their conclusions, and their conclusions are that this completely complies with the VRA.
They help you.
I'm not a redistricting attorney. I'm not capable of the level of statistical analysis that it takes to do the type of regression and other studies you have to look at.
Okay.
To be honest, the data would have been fairly meaningless to me. That's why you have expert witnesses in court, because it's fairly meaningless to the parties and to the attorneys.
Fair enough. So they rendered an opinion to you that you reviewed. Did they help you prepare your talking points?
Of course.
Okay.
I prepared my talking points, and I went over those talking points with them. Of course.
Did you provide these resources that they provided to you to anyone else in the Senate outside of your office?
Would you say that slower?
Did you provide these resources that they provided to you to anyone else in the Senate outside of your office?
No.
So the reports that they created, the opinion that they gave you, you have it, it's in your office, and no one's seen it.
I have none of their underlying data. I have none of the analyses in my office. I have asked for things such as give me a brief that overviews redistricting law to date so that I could familiarize myself with it again. I have asked for other background on redistricting materials. The specific thing that I have hired them to do is to analyze any plan that was proposed during these special sessions, and they have done so at my request. And as I've said before, they have told me that, they've assured me that this map meets all legal criteria.
They've analyzed it, they've given you an opinion, they have analyzed it, they've likely done those two types of analyses that we have discussed because they have to do them. Well, let's see. Whatever you do have in your office, just as a matter of senatorial courtesy, are you going to allow us to review that before we go forward with this bill? Well, I mean, we want to make the same informed decision and opinion that you're making. I know you have this look on your face. I'm just wondering, can we see the things?
I'm just trying to think what in my office would be of any benefit to you. You've heard my talking points.
I'd like to see the opinion. I'd like to see the analysis that they created.
Well, you've pretty much heard it all.
No, I heard I don't know. I've been told. I don't know who drew the maps. I'm pretty sure that my lawyers know what they're doing. I'm pretty sure that they're the experts in this thing. That's what I've heard all day long.
You understand how privilege works and how releasing information under privilege works, and you're a good lawyer too.
Oh, yeah. No, I do. I do. And it's funny because we're two sides in this place, Republicans and Democrats, just like we are in this country. And yet, we're not in a courtroom. We're not in a courtroom. We're in a place where transparency is the most important number one issue. That those people outside of this building, those people in that gallery, everybody watching on TV, thinks that government should be transparent. But the analysis, the reports, the EI, and oh goodness, what was it called? The RPV, the racial polarized voting analysis.
Yes, that's part of Jingles.
Somewhere in part of Jingles, you're right. Your lawyers did it, and yet there's no access to it by the general public or the people, or even your own colleagues in this room. Because, why? Are we in a courtroom? You don't want to be transparent to people? I thought you were going to be accountable to us.
You know, I'm very confident that a lot of parties have done an analysis of this map, and I have yet, in hearing or anywhere else, had anyone present me with any tangible data suggesting that this map is not legal. I want to say that again. We've had hearings. This map has been out there. Its predecessors have been out there. I have yet to have anyone present me with any tangible data that this map is not legal, period.
Well,
and I suspect if you had it, you would have come to the committee and presented it.
Well, let me give you some tangible data. I'm glad you mentioned that. When we talked about coalition districts, I've brought up percentages. Everybody in this room's brought up percentages, and you claim the same ignorance, and I get it. So now you've looked at racial data, even though you don't want to, you say you don't. Or you say you have not looked at the racial data, I get that. But did you know that several of the districts in HB4 are just barely majorities of racial minorities? Can we at least establish that?
I'm taking you at your word. I haven't looked at the data.
Most just a fraction of a percentage beyond a majority. And I'm going to go through those numbers because, hey, listen, maybe we will be in a courtroom someday. Maybe someone does need to hear the evidence. And maybe our constituents, the ones that you don't want to be transparent with, maybe they can hear it now. CD9 is 50.3 Hispanic HCVAP. CD30 has 50.2 Black CVAP. CD18 has 50.5 Black CVAP. CD35 has 51.6 HCVAP. More than a fraction, but just beyond a majority. What is the likelihood, Senator? You're a smart man. You're a good lawyer. You're accountable. And you're truthful to the people of the state of Texas, even though you don't want them showing all the analysis that we've just talked about. What is the likelihood of increasing these seats to just a fraction beyond a majority of one race if race was not considered?
Senator, I can't answer something I don't know. All I'm telling you, again, is that now, if you're alleging those districts look packed, it's hard to envision that 50-point-something% is a packed district. But aside from that, all I can tell you is I am absolutely convinced that this map is legal, and I have had no one present any tangible data to me, any analysis otherwise. And
my friend, I'm suggesting those districts are cracked, not packed.
Well, if you're suggesting they're cracked.
Look, I'm not suggesting it. The numbers suggest it, my friend.
I don't know how to answer a question that I've answered about 45, 50 times today.
Yeah, I get
I
it.
don't know how else to say it.
I know
have
what
not
your
looked
answer was.
At racial data, I have not taken that into consideration.
Not going to take it into
And
consideration
Senator,
because you don't
I'm
know.
not going to take it into consideration. I just think that's inappropriate.
Because you don't know, because other people did it, and you don't know the map makers, even though Joan Huffman knew the map makers, even though she talked to the map makers. I get it. Let's move on. We're wrapping up soon. Before you filed the congressional map in the first called session, had you spoken with anyone in the Trump administration about the possibility of seeking changes to the congressional maps?
I have not spoken with anyone in the Trump administration.
The Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi's office,
I have not spoken with anyone in the DOJ.
the Texas Attorney General's office?
I have conferred with the Texas Attorney General's office.
Who have you talked to there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes to get names. In fact, actually, I'm not sure I have talked to anybody directly since then, since this session began.
Either you have or you haven't, man.
Oh, no, but look,
You said you did.
please understand, when the letter came out and I was handling redistricting, I'd requested a copy of their response. I'm trying to think back, excuse me. I know I or my office conferred with them, but I wanted to see a copy of the response. I wanted their opinion on the letter. But in terms of any counsel with regard to this map, the districts, whether it's legal, they have not provided any advice, any counsel at all.
So who did you speak to over there?
If you'll give me a few minutes, I'll ask my staff. It was certainly the litigation team that's on the El Paso trial,
Mr.
because
President,
they were responding to the letter.
I'm glad to take a
And I'll just be honest, I don't remember the names right now.
Mr. President, I'm glad to take a 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute break so he can ask his staff. He suggested it.
Mr. President, all he needs to know is it's the litigation team that is handling the El Paso case. There's no need to break. But when the DOJ letter came out, we conferred with their office to get a copy of their response. I read their response. I don't think I've talked to anyone over there since then.
But you have spoken to somebody, the El Paso team that's your answer today?
But nothing to do with this map, nothing to do with HB4, nothing to do with our redistricting process.
Okay, so when we ask them, if they're asked in a deposition under oath, because you'll be deposed under oath. You're an attorney. You know what that means. Will that be your same answer? Is this the El Paso team, or are we going to? Will that litigation?
Well, I think that's all it would. That's the only ones it could have been. I don't.
You forgot.
Well, no, it's not a matter of forgetting. It was a very inconsequential discussion.
All right. Okay. Did you speak with Stephen Miller?
I'll be honest with you, I don't remember their names. I'm sorry.
Did you speak with Stephen Miller with the White House?
Oh, that's Stephen Miller. Oh, no, I haven't talked to anybody in the White House.
You speak with Vice President or the President?
I have not talked to anybody in the administration.
Did you consult with any congressional representatives before filing? If so, which ones?
I have not had any discussions about this map with any congressional members.
Did you talk to Mike McCall? Careful.
Did you just say be careful?
Yeah. Did you talk to Mike McCall?
No, but I don't need to be reminded to be careful, Senator. It's a little bit beneath you. I have not talked to Michael McCall.
You give me answers where you tell me, yes, I spoke to someone at the AG's office, and then you turn around and say, well, maybe not.
Well, I'm trying to remember conversations over the last 8 weeks, and I've talked to a lot of people. I'm trying to answer you honestly.
You know what? You're right. Let me apologize to you, because I apologize to people when I.
But I have not talked to Michael McCall.
Let me apologize to you. You're right. That was beyond the pale. Well, maybe that's a little too much, but I do apologize. Tell us about what that conversation was like.
I've talked to Adam Kincaid 3 times in the last probably couple of months.
I asked you this. You said you did not speak to Adam Kincaid, so now you did.
No. We haven't talked about this map in detail. What I spoke to Adam Kincaid when all the rumors first started, and I'm trying to remember correctly, but as I recall, to the best of my recollection, first time I talked to Adam Kincaid, and I had known him years ago, because we'd spoken on a panel or two together, when the media first started discussing redistricting, I had called him and asked him if he was involved in that process, and he said he was.
When was that conversation?
It was before this committee was appointed.
2 months ago?
Yeah, probably. Whenever it all started first coming out on TV, then, and we were all trying to figure out if there was going to be a special session and all that, and if it was really for real something going on.
Who was we? You and him?
Yeah, I just called him. I was kind of surprised. I had his mobile number, actually, but I did. I ran into him at ALEC.
Time out, I apologize. You have his mobile number. Do you guys text?
Not that I recall.
Okay, I was just asking. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So the second time you
I ran into him at the ALEC annual conference this summer.
How'd that go?
We visited a few minutes. I specifically told him, don't tell me anything you're doing with regard to map drawing. Don't tell me about the details of any map if you're involved in it.
Okay, so you knew that he was doing the map drawing?
Yes.
But earlier you said you didn't know the map drawers.
I knew that he was involved in the redistricting process, and I called him that first time and said, hey, are you involved in all this? Is this for real that they're pushing for redistricting? Something to that effect. He said, yeah. How you doing? Hadn't talked to you in years. See you later.
All right.
And we talked at ALEC, and we sat down for a few minutes, and I specifically told him, don't tell me anything about the maps you're drawing. I don't want to discuss that.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Earlier when you said you didn't know the map drawers, that was just, you now remembered that you spoke.
Yeah.
Okay, so Adam is a map drawer. Okay, we got that now.
Yeah, he's CEO or president or something of the
Republican Redistricting
Yeah, you came
Trust.
up with the correct name for it the other day, or
I think it's the
National Republican Redistricting Trust.
There you
Been
go.
around a long time.
Third conversation, which one was that?
Adam called me this last Monday,
Last Monday, which would have been, I don't know, the 14th or so.
whatever day it was.
Hold on, last Monday, like this very last Monday?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. He called me and asked me if I was aware that the House was going to be putting out a map that had some changes from the original HB4, and I said, no, I wasn't.
Okay, so you heard from Adam about the changes.
Yeah, he was actually trying to get in touch with a House member and was looking for someone that might have some.
So earlier when someone was asking you, you said that you didn't know about the changes that the House was doing, and you didn't know about them, but we now know it's Adam that told you about the map changes on Monday. Maybe I'm...
Yes, we found out at first when our legal counsel contacted my chief of staff, and then about the same time, I'd received a call from Adam Kincaid
Anybody on your
for a
staff?
contact with someone, and that's when I found out there was probably 1:30 or 2 on Monday.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Anything else happen in that conversation on Monday?
No.
Okay. Who in your staff, your chief of staff talked to Adam at any time, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know if they've ever met.
Anybody in your staff talk to Adam Kincaid or his staff?
Not that I'm aware of.
Anybody in your staff, to your knowledge, talk to anybody in the White House?
They have not.
They have not, okay. There were some changes between the filed version of HB4 and the committee sub.
As happens on almost every bill that's filed in the legislature.
My understanding of that, those changes were made at the behest of incumbent congresspeople. Is that accurate?
I do not know.
Is that what was the part of the discussion on Monday, August 18th?
I do not know. It looks pretty diverse to me because it affects HB 9 and made HB 9 a better performing Republican district. It fixes a problem in East Texas that Senator Hall and I assume somebody in the House probably was concerned about, and it fixes a concern that was raised by Senator Blanco and some El Paso witnesses with regard to Fort Bliss. So I'm assuming that came out of a combination of discussions in the House with the bill author, interested parties, and their counsel.
But those changes to the map, that put that in quotes, that Adam called you about on August 18th, he didn't make any reference about Congress people wanting those changes.
We did not go into a detailed discussion about anything.
Did you take any changes that have been proposed by Congressman Al Green?
We did not go into detailed discussions about the new map.
No, I'm asking you, did you take any changes that had been proposed by Congressman Al Green?
I haven't seen any changes that have been proposed by Congressman Al Green.
Okay, so they never requested anything of your office one way or another that you're knowledgeable about?
He testified in, I think, the first hearing we had in the first session as to his opposition to any redistricting.
Congressman Kassar?
Sorry, who?
Congressman Kassar from here in Travis?
I don't believe he testified.
Okay. I'll submit to you that he did. Did you make any of the changes that he suggested?
I haven't had any changes requested by any congressional members, Republican or Democrat.
We went over this before. If a court decides that there was some racial considerations that were wrongly made, whether here by you or your staff or over there in the House of Representatives, I think Representative, oh gosh, my old desk mate, Hunter, he's acknowledged that perhaps there were. If there's a legal problem with this bill, it's because you made a mistake or because they made a mistake. I mean, you're accountable. We talked about that. In other words, are you responsible for this bill?
It is a bill that I filed.
If the court finds that it's illegal to pack African Americans into CD 30 or CD 18 because they're already performing African American districts, then you are responsible for that choice, correct?
I can't respond to hypotheticals. I don't think they will find that this map violates the law.
Moment votes. As I skip around, you know we do this. You've done this when you're in trial and you have the notes, and when you're in law school you take your big yellow pad, or at least this is the way I do it, the way I kind of think. And I know most people think I don't. I take a pad and I do a line in the middle. Do you do that?
No.
Yeah, I do. answers on one side from the witness, and then my themes on the other side. And so then I start jumping around all over the place, and I was just jumping around quite a bit here. But there's something very important that's near and dear to my heart in my district. Under the current map is all of Maverick County currently in one district. 2021 maps.
I would have to look at the map. If you want, we can get it out.
I would like you to, yes.
Okay, which CD district is that?
Oh, let's see. Currently, it's 23. It is going to be proposed to be split up between 23 and 28.
All right, so you're talking about CD 23,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Current 2021 maps.
And under the existing map,
Maverick, just so you know, is down on the border next to
yeah,
Webb.
no, I know where it's at, right by Eagle Pass.
Yes, sir.
Maverick is divided in Plan C 2333, which is HB4, that's before us, and it's divided, looks like right about at just south of Eagle Pass, maybe.
Yeah, it is. You're right, it's divided. What was the consideration for dividing it?
Looking at 28 next to it, and the fact that they were trying to make efforts to make 28 more compact, I would suspect that it was just a population equalization.
Historically, Maverick County has been kept whole in congressional maps for well over 100 years. Would that surprise you?
No, generally, the smaller population counties historically are not divided, but as they grow in population, it just kind of happens more and more often.
And since you didn't make this decision, I suppose you said the map makers made the decision. Of course, map makers you didn't talk to. How do you think they decided to split Maverick? What was the rationale for it?
Well, my guess is that it was, I mean, just looking at it, 28 is more compact than it is today. 28 in the old map goes way up north into New Braunfels area. In this map, it doesn't go as, in HB4, it does not go as far north. My suspicion is that it's an effort to make it more compact, and splitting Eagle Pass was probably, splitting Maverick was probably just a population rounding. And in fact, they, as you notice also, they brought up, what county is that? With Carrizo Springs, Maverick County. That's was brought into 28 as well. So I'm assuming it was just probably just a population equalization.
Okay, all right. So in 2006, after a mid-decade redistricting, also, by the way, with the quorum break, when this legislature split Webb County, that's the adjacent county.
Talking about 2003?
Yes, you're right. How did the Supreme Court, 2003, the Supreme Court decision came down in 2006. How did they treat the split of Webb County?
You know, I'm sorry, I don't remember the details. If I remember correctly, Henry Bonilla's district was ordered changed by the court.
Yeah. The court said...
To be honest, that's all I remember, because like you said, that's 20 years ago.
Yeah, the United States Supreme Court said the District 23 Latino voters were poised to elect their candidate of choice. They were becoming more politically active with a marked and continuous rise in Spanish surname voter registration. In successive elections, Latinos were voting against Bonilla in greater numbers, and in 2002, they almost ousted him. Webb County, in particular, with a 94% Latino population, spurred the incumbent near defeat with dramatically increased turnout in 2002. They go on. But yet, the people that drew this map that you've not met, that you've not talked to, well, that's not true. That's not true. We now know that you talked to Adam Kincaid 3 times.
No, you can
laugh all you want.
I've mentioned in the past that I knew Adam Kincaid.
You can laugh all you want. You've been asked by a lot of people in this room.
You're getting way out of line.
I'm not out of line.
You're getting way out of line.
I am not getting way out of line.
You haven't been in those committee hearings. You haven't seen or heard what's been stated in those committee hearings.
It's 2000.
You said that yourself.
It's 2025. I can watch you on TV, and by the way, I have.
Members, if we can have order and then ask the question and then answer the question. Don't talk over each other, if you please. Senator King, you have the floor.
Let me ask you this as my last question. Were you aware that you split up the Kickapoo tribe? Were you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that there's another tribe in West Texas, the Tiguas?
Yes.
Were you aware that you might have split up members of their population as well?
Are you aware of all the counties that are split up in the current map in North Texas?
Oh, I'm aware that.
Point is,
I'm aware that not only did you do that, I'm aware that this map splits up 444 voter precincts at the block level solely to get at racial bias. That's what I'm aware of. Thank you, Mr. President.
May I respond, Mr. President?
Senator King, you recognize.
This map does not violate the VRA or any other legal requirements. Every redistricting map in place today for the state of Texas breaks up voting precincts, divides counties. That's what has to happen when you have rural, urban, and suburban districts. There's nothing racial in the construction of this map. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members of the Senate will stand at ease for 5 minutes. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. And before we go to the next question, I got some of the information that Senator Gutierrez had requested, and I wanted to go ahead and fully answer his questions. He asked about the meeting with the Attorney General's office that was on August the 19th. It was, to be honest, I was having difficulty finding a law firm at that time that didn't have conflicts. And I met with Ryan Kirshner, Will Walsdorf, and Kathleen Hunker, and it was for the purpose of asking if they could serve as our legal counsel if they had the in-house ability to do jingles and other type of analysis that would be appropriate. They discussed it. I later got a call from Brent Webster, who said that they've looked in-house, they do not have that expertise and could not represent me. So for Senator Gutierrez, that was on August the 19th. With regard to his questions about Adam Kincaid and his suggestion that I haven't been upfront about that, everybody has known that Adam Kincaid has been involved in the redistricting process since this began. And in fact, the committee had considered a subpoena to bring him to testify, and I sent a formal letter from the committee to Mr. Kincaid inviting him to testify. He has been involved throughout this process. I just don't know the extent to which he has been involved. I know he has been involved in some of the early map drawing. I don't know what role he played in the changes between HB 4 and the committee substitute that was passed out as HB 4. So everyone knows, Mr. Senator, that he has been involved in this from the beginning. That has been discussed and brought up in committee. I have sent him a letter myself inviting him to testify before the committee. There is nothing that is not transparent in this process. If you want to know what his specific roles have been, you probably need to have asked the House about that during their committees or had someone asking in their floor debate. I do not know the specifics of his involvement. I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
July, not August.
Oh, I said August 19th. I meant July 19th. I'm sorry, my apologies. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Well, and I don't want to belabor any points here. I just have one question since he's brought back this
you have a
information.
question for
First
the
off,
author?
thank you.
Senator
Thank you.
King, do you yield?
Yes.
It's really just one question. Thank you, Senator King, and thank you for giving us that information. I don't know because I am fallible too, but I'm pretty sure because it was so important to me then. When we laid out the rules on the first special session, I mentioned Mr. Kincaid, and you said you'd never spoke to him. Now, I'm going to go back at the record at the different times of the different hearings where other people have asked you that. But it's just, I remember myself specifically asking you about him. But I thank you now for giving us this information.
Senator King?
I don't recall that conversation, but if I said that, it would have been an error. And I've mentioned the 3 times I've spoken to him.
Chair recognizes Senator Eckhart. For what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Senator King, do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you so much, Senator King. Back when we were discussing the rules in the first special, we discussed your hiring of a law firm. Do you recall telling this body who you anticipated the law firm would be representing?
I probably said they would be representing me as the chair of the committee.
Do you remember answering a question about whether or not the law firm would be representing you as the chair of the committee or you as a Republican.
I don't recall the question. I know at that point we were just setting up the committee and there were a lot of questions at that point, but I assume I would have said that the law firm would be representing me. Now, if I wasn't sure at that time, I may have answered a little more vaguely, but that's the way it has worked out.
So
Contract was with me.
does Baker Hofstetler represent you in your individual capacity?
No, in my capacity as the chair of the committee.
So you have stated your 3 goals for this redistricting. Would you again restate them? I know it's repetitive.
Sure. Be a legal map, be able to withstand legal muster, that it be legal and with regard to all applicable law. Improve the performance, improve Republican performance of Republican candidates for congressional office. And the third, which actually came up during the hearings, was that it would become, improve compactness.
And of those 3 goals, rank them in order.
Well, I really put them in order then. The first one was that it be legal, because there's no value in doing this if it's not to begin with, and we certainly don't want to do anything that's illegal. So the first, the most important, is that it be legal. The second, that it accomplish the objective of creating some congressional districts that would lean more Republican than the current map. And the third was that we could, if we could, try to improve the compactness quota.
And in fact, you can't make this map lean maximally Republican and have it be legal, correct?
I actually don't know the answer to that. I haven't tried to do it.
Sure you do.
No, I really don't.
Sure you do.
I can only,
Make the entire map Republican?
that would probably be very difficult because we have so many committed Democrat voters.
Could you maximize the number of Republican seats mathematically?
What do you mean by maximize?
Well, could you take the voting age population and look at just the election results and maximize your Republican seats? Mathematically.
You could probably try to create more seats that lean Republican, but because we have a large number of Democrat voters in the states, you would probably make those new districts thinner and thinner and thinner, and it would be less likely that they would actually elect a Republican.
But if you were to mathematically maximize your number of Republican seats, you would almost certainly run afoul of the Voting Rights Act, correct?
I've never thought about that. I don't know how to create any more Republican seats without making the seats we have drawn. These 5 new seats, these are very competitive seats. I'm not sure
And we're going to
Republicans
talk
going to
about
win
how
them.
competitive those seats are.
If you tried to make it 10, they'd be
I'm asking
thinner.
the questions, so
You're right, you're asking them, but I'm trying to answer them, so.
I don't think it was responsive for you to tell me how many competitive seats there are. What I asked you was, you could maximize the number of Republican seats mathematically, but you are constrained by the Voting Rights Act in doing so, correct?
I've actually never thought through that. I'm not sure that's a valid question. So I don't know the answer to that hypothetical.
It is your contention that the 2021 maps that are currently in litigation are legal under the VRA, correct?
I haven't personally seen anything that suggests otherwise.
Why didn't you use the same law firm that Senator Huffman used in drawing those maps, which you have not seen any reason to believe are infirm under the Voting Rights Act?
Which law firm was that?
I don't recall, actually, but it was not Baker Hofstetler.
We interviewed a number of them and they had already been hired by other parties, the House and others. And I don't know whether I interviewed who she used or not.
It never crossed your mind, though, to use the same law firm that drew the maps that you believe are not questionable under the VRA?
I know that the Attorney General's office did more of an analytical process, did more of a legal assist previously because they had different staff, and I believe those were involved in the 2021 process. I know I was looking for a firm that could do everything, that could provide the legal counsel as well as to do the statistical, the jingles analysis, that type of thing. And I interviewed a number of firms. I actually thought I'd hired one at one point, and then they backed out because we weren't the funding, we never got to an agreement on that. There was another one, a conflict arose at the last minute. Then another one, a conflict arose. And because interestingly, they had at one time done some work for the Redistricting Trust. And so, I mean, it's a pretty small universe. And then we found this wonderful firm. They had just finished a case. We were very fortunate to have got them when we did.
Now, you have testified that you did not, well, actually, you just testified in your rehabilitation that you had spoken with the Attorney General's office in July 19th, looking for in-house counsel, but that they had responded that they could not represent you.
No, that's not correct. I went to them because I was having difficulty finding a firm, and I know that in previous cycles, they had provided the jingles analysis and things like that. And so in trying to narrow down what I might need from a law firm, I spoke with them and said, can you provide those services? They have, as you know, they've got kind of a new team over there. They got back with me later and said, we no longer have anyone in-house who can provide those type of services.
Did you ever ask for the Attorney General's analysis of either the 2021 map or either of the two maps that have been produced in this mid-decade redistricting?
No, we did request, at the committee's request, we did ask for the Attorney General's office to send us all the pleadings and all the court documents from the El Paso trial, and that was, we got it actually that day as one of the early hearings, and we distributed it to all the committee members.
Did you ask for the Attorney General's RPVA analysis?
I don't recall. I know we just asked for all the court filings on the El Paso case. And that was at the request of one of the Democrat members of the committee.
Did you ask for the ecological inference analysis, the regression?
I did not know.
But you're aware that RPVA and EI are standard analyses.
And that may have been part of what they produced for us. I don't know. It was a pretty big file. It was a digital file they transmitted.
So you've previously testified that you don't know who drew this map that's before us today.
No, I've said that I know Adam Kincaid has been involved in the process throughout. I don't know at all times to what extent he was involved in it. I know that the House made some changes. You'd have to ask them who all drew up those changes. I'm assuming some of them were in-house because they were local. They were El Paso and Navarro changes. But I think that's an accurate and thorough answer.
So those are assumptions you're comfortable with making.
Well, yes, I'm interested in the final product.
Okay. Interrogates you. You've spoken to Kincaid 3 times as recently as Monday.
To find out, he just had to ask.
I'm so glad that he asked again, because we've got a significantly different answer than we've gotten in the past.
No, I don't believe that's correct.
So in your discussions with Adam Kincaid or anyone else who is involved in drawing the maps, what data did they use to constrain their Republican performance analysis?
I haven't asked that question.
What data did they look at with regard to their analysis?
I haven't asked that question either.
What data was on their computer screen as they considered different lines?
I wasn't there. I have no idea.
Did your lawyer interview the map drawer with regard to what data constraints they were utilizing?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know.
Did your lawyer discuss with the map drawer's goals with regard to the constraints?
I've never asked that question. I don't know.
And what data did they use to achieve those goals?
Did who use?
The map drawer.
I don't know the answer to that.
Did you tell your law firm that your 3 goals were Republican performance, legality, and compactness, or did they tell you those were the goals?
I told them that those were my goals.
How did you determine that the goal of Republican performance had been met?
When I reviewed HB 4, and it had 5 new districts that leaned Republican, and that didn't lean a great distance Republican, but leaned Republican, I considered that to be a worthy goal.
So the 5 seats was the goal that was set for you, yes?
Nobody has ever told me, Phil, we want to get X number of seats, ever.
Did you ever read in the newspaper that Donald Trump had a goal of getting 5 new Republican seats out of the Texas map?
I am aware of that.
Isn't it a coincidence that it would be his goal and your goal to get exactly 5?
All I can tell you is I have not talked to the president or anybody in his administration. When I looked at HB 5, my personal conclusion was, as I looked at the partisan performance of both parties, I would have been concerned to try to take it any thinner in creating additional districts.
So how did you determine that your goal, that the map was legal, was met?
Because I employed counsel that we had a lot of confidence in, based on their experience. After interviews with them, after looking at their team's resumes, looking at all they had done, I felt like I could have complete confidence in them. And I asked them to look at each map that we were looking at as session 1 and 2 progressed and tell me whether or not they believed that it met all requirements of the law. And I have relied upon that counsel.
So you are relying upon their word that the map is legal?
As any attorney's opinion, I'm relying upon their legal opinion.
And how did you determine that the goal of compactness was met?
Well, compactness is never completely met because of the size of our state and the fact that we have so many dense urban areas and so many rural areas that are not dense. So you're always going to have maps that are drawn oddly, but there are a couple of well-established measurements for determining compactness, and using those, they determined that several districts in HB4 were more compact than the same districts under the 2021 map. So that leads me to believe that the map is today than the existing map.
So did you look at case law for legal tests regarding compactness?
Well, I'm aware through counsel of the standard tests that are used for proving up compactness in court, and those are the measures that they used to compare the existing district to the proposed district.
Are you saying that you are relying on their word that the goal of compactness has been met?
Yeah, I'm relying on their report to me of their analysis of those districts. And I went over those districts specifically when I was doing the early layout.
So I'd like to look at Travis County just for a moment, because that's the county I know best. You've testified that you didn't look at racial data because you don't think it's appropriate, right?
Yes, and because I think that when your goal is partisan performance, that's what you look at. It's just a lot simpler to look at where Republicans are and where Democrats are.
I think you specifically said, though, you didn't believe that looking at racial data was appropriate.
No, because it makes things very complex, because the law is very complex, and robust, I think, is the term I used. And it's very simple to look at what is very well-established protocol for drawing maps, which is partisan performance.
You also have testified that you didn't look at CVAP, Citizen Voter Age Population.
I did not look at those estimates.
And why did you not look at CVAP?
Well, because CVAP is very problematic because it is not true census data. It is an annual estimate, and we're required to draw the maps based on the 2020 census data.
So it was your belief that you specifically should not look at CVAP or at racial data, that it would be wrong for you to look at CVAP or racial data?
Now, upon advice of counsel, yes.
And this was advice of Baker Hofstetler, that you should not look at racial data or CVAP?
Yes.
But Baker Hofstetler looked at racial data and CVAP, right?
You have to look at that to make a jingles analysis and do other determinations.
So when they were looking at Republican performance, did they look at presidential performance or senatorial U.S. Senate elections performance?
I think primarily presidential.
Did they look at it at the district level, the precinct level, or the census tract level?
Really, I think they looked at the voting results primarily for the 2024 election.
But did they look at the voting results at the district level, the precinct level, or the census tract level? Or all three?
I don't know the answer to that.
Did they look at the racial demography of the results by district, precinct, or census?
I don't know the answer to that.
Now, you have presumed that some changes were made between Hunter's initial map and the next map, which you adopted, correct?
Well, I'm not presuming. It's self-evident. The first map is different from the second map.
But you've made some presumptions as to why.
Yes, I haven't inquired of Chairman Hunter as to why, but I'm guessing they had somebody that wanted the El Paso change, as we had already told them we were fine with. They wanted, somebody wanted the Navarro change, I'm assuming over there, maybe Cody Harris, it's his district, I think. And all I can tell you is that CD9 performs as a Republican district better now than it did under the filed HB4.
And you feel comfortable making those presumptions as to why the map changed?
I don't have to make any presumptions. I'm just looking at the map that was sent over by the House and evaluating it, and it meets all three of my goals: that it be legal, that it hopefully elect more Republicans, and that it improve compactness. I don't have to make any assumptions, presumptions, or guesses or anything. I can look at the map, and the map speaks for itself.
But you have made presumptions about why it changed, and you're comfortable with that?
Well, I mean, common sense tells you that since we had testimony about moving Bliss back into 16, they probably had to. And since Bob Hall had at one time even prepared a floor amendment to combine Navarro, Cody Harris or somebody was probably doing the same thing that represents East Texas. So that's just kind of common sense.
I agree.
And looking at CD9's improved performance, I'm assuming that someone looked at it and thought, hey, we can make it a better Republican performing district if we move it into Liberty County.
Isn't it also common sense to presume that race was a necessary constraint in drawing these maps?
I think, well, without question, compliance with the VRA and the Constitution as a whole was an overriding requirement for creating a legal map.
What was the specific purpose in creating a CD 35 with a Hispanic citizen voting age population of 51.6%?
I haven't looked at that racial data, so I can't answer that.
Sure you can. What was the purpose of a Hispanic district at 51.6%?
I've already answered that.
Is your answer that you don't know?
Yes.
So you don't know why the population, the Hispanic population in that district, which is currently at higher than 51.6%, went down to 51.6%.
No, I haven't looked at any racial data.
But your law firm and whoever drew the map did, correct?
They did whatever was appropriate to determine if the map complied with the VRA and other applicable law.
So your testimony is it would not be appropriate for you to look at race, but it was appropriate for the law firm and the map drawer to look at race.
To be able to report to me that the map would withstand court review, it would have been necessary for them to do a jingles and other similar analyses.
What role did the metric of Hispanic citizen voting age population play in the creation of this new CD 35?
Again, I haven't looked at racial data. I can't answer that.
The goal, though, was to make CD 35 lean Republican, correct?
Correct.
So why not make it lean Republican by 20 points? Because you could.
Well, I don't know if you could or not.
Sure you could.
Well, you're guessing now too.
No, actually I'm not. Why didn't you make it lean more Republican? What made you stop at 51.6% Hispanic?
Again, I haven't drawn this map. I have adopted this map as mine when it came over from the House as passed. It meets my three goals. I'm presenting it to the body. It's the body's choice whether or not this becomes law, whether or not it becomes the next map. That's a decision for the Senate as a whole. It's my recommendation that this is legal, that it has 5 seats that now lean significantly more Republican than they did before, and that it also improves compactness.
But
And
now
I
you
think-
couldn't make CD 35 lean any more Republican because you would have to dismantle a Hispanic Opportunity District, correct?
I haven't looked at that. I don't know.
Well, then why didn't you make it lean more Republican?
Well, because I'm satisfied with the way the map is today. I am also cognizant of the limited amount of time that we have in special sessions. And it's not prudent on my part to try to create amendments and then begin the process of going back and forth in conference committees when we're on such a short timetable. I believe this is an excellent map for the goals of legality, of partisanship performance, and the added benefit, which I wasn't initially pursuing, of making it a little bit more compact. And to me, it is a reasonable measure to recommend to the Senate today.
Why can't you admit that making CD 35 more Republican would have dismantled the appearance of a Hispanic Opportunity District? You could not take it below 51%, could you?
Honestly, Senator, can't answer that without looking at racial data, and I haven't looked at any racial data.
And why didn't you look at racial data? Because you were told not to, right? That was your testimony.
No, nobody has told me not to.
Actually, just moments ago, probably 5 minutes ago, you said that you were counseled not to look at racial data.
No. The advice of counsel was that it's not necessary.
Not necessary for you, but it was necessary for them.
Let me finish, please. The advice of counsel was that it's not necessary for me to look at racial data to determine that this map will perform better for Republicans.
Because your metric is 5 more seats. That's your metric for showing that it performs better for Republicans.
Oh, I would prefer it had 7, but I think 5 is very reasonable at this point in the process.
And if you had gone for 7, you would have mathematically violated the Voting Rights Act, dismantled minority opportunity districts to do it, correct?
I have no idea if that's true. Common sense tells me if I would go mathematically, I'm probably going to be thinning out some other Republican districts.
That
But
too.
I haven't tried to draw a map with 7 or 10 or 8 Republican districts in it. This map has been presented by the House. I think it's a good map. I've been told it's legal. I've looked at the data with regard to political performance. I think those 5 seats that we would have a reasonable chance of prevailing as Republicans in them. And I think it's more compact. And so I think it's a good map. I'm not a redistricting lawyer, but I have found no need throughout this entire process, from the first day I was asked if I would chair the committee, I have found no need to look at racial data. I have had no desire to look at racial data.
And it's actually
All I've wanted to do is to make sure that any map I recommended was legal.
Again, you do not find it appropriate for you to look at racial data, but you recognize that your law firm and the map drawer had to look at racial data in order to analyze under Jingles.
Yes.
Now, with regard to compactness, you are aware that about 1/3 of Travis County's population is Latino, correct?
I have not looked at that, but I certainly take your word.
And you're aware that Travis County on the whole is just under 50% white population, correct?
If you say so, then it certainly is.
And that it has historic communities of both Latino and Black citizenry in its eastern edge, and some coalition and crossover district precincts in its northern edge, correct?
I'm not aware of that, but if you say so, I'll take your word.
Do you consider it compact that Round Rock is in a district that is thin to grab Round Rock and then goes all the way to Johnson County, just south of Tarrant County?
Well, as I said, throughout the entire state of Texas, there are districts that pick up, I've got,
Right here.
yeah,
It is a tiny little tail, a tiny little sliver to pick up Round Rock, and then goes all the way up to just south of Tarrant County. Does that look compact to you? That tiny little sliver up there? That's the pink sliver
there are,
that grabs Cedar Park and Round Rock and then goes up to just south of Tarrant County.
I see that, and I don't know why that sliver is there. I don't know if it's a particular community or something of that nature. I did not draw the map. I am not the map drawer. But what I will tell you is, if you look at the current map, including the House and Senate maps, all across the state, you find where you have to reach into urban areas, grab population, and move those into more urban and suburban areas to get the population that's required for one person, one vote.
And would you think that the more racially diverse population paired with the majority white rural population is the reason for that?
Again, I'm not the map drawer, and I have not looked at any racial data. You're asking me questions that I can't answer.
Because you have chosen not to look at the data that was available to you, correct?
Because my goal was to draw a map that elected more Republicans and was legal, and I believe this map meets both of those goals.
What about this next little sliver underneath here, this little thin blue line? That picks up Pflugerville, also a just barely or if just under white population. Pflugerville's actually arguably more racially diverse than the city of Austin. Its district, which is CD 11, goes all the way out to Midland. Would you consider that compact?
Again, you can find examples of difficulty in compiling population in districts all across this state. And I suggest you could go page to page and you can find things to point out. But at the end of the day, when roughly only about 14% of Texans live west of I-35, and that includes the large cities like Wichita Falls and Amarillo and Lubbock and Midland, Odessa, and even El Paso, which is 1 million people for the county, and Abilene. Even with large cities like that in San Angelo, it's only about 14% of the population. And then east of I-35 is only about 8.5 or 9% of the state population. And the rest of it is settled within that triangle, that I-35-45 triangle. And so when you've got to put 1 million people together for a Senate seat, or 190-some thousand for a House seat, or 766,000 for a U.S. congressional seat, you have no choice but to combine rural and suburban and urban areas. And it is, in fact, the rare exception when a congressional seat or a Senate seat is wholly contained within an urban area. In North Texas, at least on the Tarrant County side, there's only one, and that's actually there's none that are congressional districts. There is one Senate district. It is, you have to reach out into those areas.
Are you done with your dissertation?
No, I'm done with my answer.
So let's talk about the traditional African-American settlement area of Travis County, which is the eastern side of Travis County. Traditional freedman colonies that go back to the Civil War. Would you consider it communities, acknowledging communities of interests and compactness, to take a community like Manor or Weberville, for instance? Weberville actually is named for a white doctor who was married to a black woman who moved here to start a freedman's colony. Weberville is now in Congressional District 27 that goes down to Aransas Pass. Is that compact?
It is as compact as many congressional districts around the state are today.
But it is Republican performing, isn't it?
I'd have to look at which district number is it?
This would be Congressional District 27.
I'd have to look and see.
I can tell you it is Republican performing. Let's go specifically to the issue that you don't feel it's appropriate for you to look at racial data, which is available to you. But your lawyer and the map drawer had to look at racial data, which you agree with, correct?
I don't know what the map drawer looked at.
You do know that the map drawer looked at racial data.
No, you're wanting me to answer you accurately, Senator, and I don't know what they looked at. I know what I have looked at.
You said that you and your attorneys reviewed these maps in light of Jingles factors, did you not?
I said that I instructed my legal counsel to review this map in light of all applicable redistricting law, and Jingles is one of the standard tests, right?
And you know that Jingles requires an analysis of the racial performance of these districts.
Yes.
So
What?
you must concede that your lawyers and the map drawer looked at race to draw these maps.
I can't testify to what somebody did, the map drawer, that I haven't talked to or asked what they did.
If you are confident it's legal under Jingles, you must concede that they looked at
Senator,
race.
you're asking me to make jumps that I'm just not going to make. I haven't asked the map
Court
drawer.
specified three
Now you're interrupting
preconditions that a
me.
minority group must prove to succeed on a vote dilution claim.
Members, a reminder, this is not a courtroom, and then that we ask the questions.
I am quoting Jingles.
If Senator,
I'm not,
Senator, we one at a time, if you please. Ask the questions and the other senator will respond, and we'll keep it nice and civil. Senator Eckhart,
First,
you're recognized, Senator Eckhart.
the minority group must be able to demonstrate that it is a sufficiently large and geographically compact to constitute a majority in a reasonably configured single-member district. Second, the minority group must be able to show that it is politically cohesive. And third, the minority must be able to demonstrate that the white majority votes sufficiently as a bloc to enable it to defeat the minority's preferred candidate. How would one determine if the Jingles test had been met, if the law firm and the map drawer didn't look at race?
I'm trying to answer you accurately, and you're asking me to make statements that I don't know. I have no personal knowledge of what, and I'm assuming there may have been multiple map drawers. I don't know. But I have no personal knowledge of what any of the map drawers looked at. I could guess, but I'm not going to tell you unless I know.
But you have
Please let me finish. I do know that my legal counsel would have had to look at Jingles. You read through the three elements of Jingles. I do know that they would have had to use that and the underlying data that goes with that to be able to come back to me and say, this map is legal.
So the law firm had to look at race in order to give you an opinion upon which you could rely.
They would have had to follow whatever protocol is required by Jingles, which obviously that includes looking at a broad range of data, and racial is part of it, sure.
Now, you have repeatedly testified, you've been steadfast in saying that you did not look at race and you did not look at CVAP. The map and the spreadsheets on our desk this morning when we walked in include CVAP. But you didn't look at them,
No,
and you never have looked at CVAP.
never. And I didn't prepare those documents either.
Earlier, you said that Representative Hunter drew the map, and you liked the map, and so you are now sponsoring it.
Sorry, would you repeat that?
That Representative Hunter drew the map, that you liked the map, the new one, as it was adjusted, and then you adopted it and are sponsoring it today.
I don't know if Representative Hunter, I doubt he physically drew the map.
And you've testified that you didn't see the map that's before us today until the 18th.
Or say that again.
You testified earlier today that you had not seen the map that's before us today until it was made available to the public at the hearing in the House on the 18th.
Yes, I actually don't think yeah, that was the first day it was available, yes.
And you did not see it before then.
No,
Now, you have testified both that
and actually this isn't testimony, this is Q&A on the Senate floor.
you have shared with us that your first knowledge of the map that's before us today was when the lawyers in the House sent it to your chief of staff on the 18th.
I don't think they sent it. I think that they called my chief and said, we just got a call from the House counsel and be aware there's going to be an amended map put out.
And you have also shared with us that Adam called you and said there were differences in the map.
Yes. Interestingly, at the same time.
Coincidentally?
I have no idea. I just thought it was interesting that he called at the same time because when I hung up, I picked up my phone to call my chief of staff and said, are you aware of any new map? And she said, you just got a call.
He just wanted to give you a heads up?
No, he was actually looking for a contact with someone with the House.
Did you watch the House hearing?
I listened to a little bit of it, but it was sporadic.
Did you hear the portion where...
In fact, let me correct that. I'm not sure I listened to any of the hearing. The hearing on Monday, when they laid it out, yes, I listened to parts of it.
And did you listen to any of the floor layout on Wednesday?
Very, very little. I was busy both those days, and I just kind of flipped it on a few times and flipped it off.
During the committee hearing, as well as during the floor layout, Representative Hunter repeatedly refers to the CVAP, the Hispanic CVAP and the Black CVAP.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that it was not, is it your sharing with us, that it's not appropriate for you to look at race data, but it is appropriate for Representative Hunter to look at race data?
You know, all I can tell you, it wasn't necessary for me to look at race data to decide whether I wanted to carry this map and whether I thought it was a good map for the state of Texas and whether I thought it was legal. It's not been necessary for me to, appropriate to is another word, it's just not been necessary for me to look at racial data.
But it was somehow necessary for your colleague in the House to look at it, Representative Hunter?
You know, I can't answer for him, and you need to ask him questions like that. But for me, you know, once a map is drawn, I felt like my job was to make sure it was a legal map. I very simply had our legal counsel review it. They came back and said, yes, it is legal. And then I looked at what districts it enhanced from a partisan perspective. It enhances these 5. And then, oh, by the way, the changes they made improve compactness.
How many maps did you ask your law firm to scrub?
I looked at each one that the House initially filed.
How many was that?
Oh, wow, they originally filed HB4 the first session, and then when they got stalled, I filed it as SB4, the same map. And then they filed HB4 in the second session, and then they filed the committee substitute for HB4 in the second session. So I guess it was technically 3 maps.
So technically 3 maps that your law firm needed to take a look at under a jingles analysis, which by definition requires that they look at race.
Yes, I mean, if doing a legal analysis, I mean, the map is drawn. They're going to do it. I've asked them to tell me if it's legal, if it's got any VRA problems or anything else. And they did their analysis, yes.
Now, you had said that you're not an expert in redistricting law, and so you hired an expert in redistricting law. That makes all the sense in the world. You also said it's no different than hiring a real estate lawyer to handle a real estate transaction because you're not an expert in real estate law, correct?
Well, maybe one of the best metaphor, but it's what came to mind at the time.
Sure. So if you hire a real estate lawyer and they do something that's illegal, you're liable, aren't you?
Well, not necessarily.
No, not
That's what they
necessarily.
have malpractice for.
But if you had the information available to you and you chose not to look at it,
Then I'd be being fraudulent.
yes.
Are you accusing me of being fraudulent?
What I'm suggesting is that you are willfully not looking at important information about whether this map is a racial gerrymander.
And my response is, and it has been all day, that for me, this was the simplest process. The House produced a map. I asked our counsel to look at it and make sure it was a lawful map. And they have reported to me that it is a legal map. And apparently the House counsel came to the same conclusion. So now that I know the map is lawful, does it perform better for Republicans? And it does. And it also helped a little bit with compactness. Y'all are trying to make complicated what, from my perspective, has been very, very simple. We checked to make sure it was legal, the map that the House sent over. It is. I checked to make sure it performed better for Republicans. It does. And it's more compact. This has been a very simple process for me that y'all are trying to make very, very difficult for reasons that I believe have nothing to do with what we're doing here today.
The law firm represented your goal to get 5 Republican seats, correct?
No, they represented me in my request, and my request was, tell me if this map is legal.
Who represented, who executed, who was your agent to get 5 Republican seats?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by that question.
Well, you've testified that you didn't draw the map. You've testified that you didn't look at the racial data required to make sure that the map met legal muster. You've testified that you were not directly involved in the statistical analysis because it's beyond your capabilities. So you had someone or a firm or people to execute on the goal of 5 Republican seats.
Senator, I'm sorry, but you see conspiracies and long tails where there are none.
I don't
This
think
is the
you
Senate.
testified that was your goal.
No, this is the Senate.
Senator Eckhart, if you would, this is not a trial. Again, I'm going to remind you that this is questions and answers. And it is not testimony. This is not a courtroom. This is the floor of the Senate. And if you would please refrain from calling testimony, because it's not, and allow him to answer the questions, and he will respond to yours.
You have shared with us that your goal was to get 5 Republican seats.
That is not what I've said. I've said my goal was to improve political performance for Republicans so that more Republicans could hopefully be elected. This has been a very simple, non-conspiratorial, non-confusing process, like with hundreds of bills in our regular session. The House passes something out, they send it over to us. It looked like a good bill to me. I had our attorneys double check it to make sure it was legal. I look at it, it looks like it's going to make at least 5 districts more competitive. It added to compactness, which was something that came up in the public hearings. It's totally within our normal practice for me as a senator to say, yes, I like this bill. I'm going to be the sponsor.
It's totally within our normal practice to rely on experts, correct?
Sure, we do it all the time.
Will you share with the rest of the body your experts' analysis of this map,
I've given it to you. They said it is legal with all respects.
including their linear regression on ecological regression, including their racial polarization analysis?
I have not requested those documents from them, and I haven't reviewed any similar documents.
But they have done those analyses, and you know it. So would you instruct them to share them with us?
I have the highest level of confidence that they have taken all steps necessary to determine that this map meets the VRA and all other applicable law. I have confidence in them. They have assured me that is the case.
You know, I always like the term trust but verify. I believe that Senator West actually raised that term. So I will try one more time. Will you instruct the law firm that you hired to share with us the RPVA and the ecological inference analysis that they most certainly did in order to determine whether or not this map complies with the Voting Rights Act?
Counselor, you understand privilege law and the waiver of privilege law as well as I do. Now, those type of things will be available if and when this case goes to litigation, and I'm sure it will. We're already told that there's steps being done to do that. Those things will be available in the normal process for receiving experts' information. And, but I'm not going to stand up here, and you wouldn't either, and waive any attorney-client privilege.
It is convenient that the experts that you are utilizing to draw maps of the state of Texas are under attorney-client privilege to you, and thank you for answering my questions.
And to my knowledge, that's the way it has always been for anyone carrying a redistricting bill.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Just a point of clarification with the chairman.
Senator King, do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you recall, I'm assuming now that you recall being asked if you knew or ever talked to Adam Kincaid in our hearings. Is that correct? Do you recall
I know we've
those?
talked about Adam Kincaid several times in the hearings.
Right. And do you recall your answer when you were asked if you knew or talked to Adam Kincaid? And I'm assuming that's why you're telling, well, do you recall your answer?
I've been asked no, I don't recall any specific. I can tell you that to the best of my recollection today, I think he and I have talked 3 times.
So you have talked to Adam Kincaid?
Yes, I said that earlier today.
And what's your most recent time you've talked to Adam Kincaid?
Last Monday, he called me looking for a contact.
Last Monday. Okay. So that's because we were asked, you were asked multiple times in the committee.
So,
And you volunteered the fact that you'd never talked to Adam Kincaid.
I don't think I've said anything incorrect in the hearing. If I have had, it was an error.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chairman, that you have
Thank you. And
spoken
I
to.
went over those 3 occasions,
That you,
sir, with Senator Gutierrez a few moments ago.
thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
18 ayes, 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4, relating to the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Zavarini.
Senator Zaffarini recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, modern technology has made map drawing more precise than ever, increasing the potential for partisan advantage or discrimination. These advances also provide an opportunity for an independent redistricting commission to leverage data and tools to create fairer, more equitable maps that better reflect Texas communities. This amendment would establish a bipartisan Texas Redistricting Commission and transfer responsibilities for redistricting congressional districts from the legislature to the commission. The commission would comprise 2 members chosen by House Democrats, 2 by House Republicans, 2 by Senate Democrats, 2 by Senate Republicans, and 1 independent member chosen by those 8. Members would serve 3-year terms beginning February 1st of the year following the census. The commission would meet the first business day in February following the census year and could vote to terminate their terms early and dissolve following the adoption of all redistricting plans. The legislature would fund the commission's operations while granting a data access and support from the Texas Legislative Council. The commission would adopt its own rules and approve each redistricting plan by at least 5 votes by November 15th after the census year. If it didn't, the Texas Supreme Court would adopt a plan by December 30th, with all approved plans submitted to state leaders. Aggrieved persons could challenge a redistricting plan by petition to the Texas Supreme Court. If a final judgment in state or federal court invalidated all or part of the plan or otherwise made it unenforceable, the commission would reconvene to modify and adopt a new plan. The redistricting plan would be required, as practicable under federal law, to create contiguous, compact, and convenient districts with nearly equal populations. Each adopted redistricting plan would be required to include a report to the Secretary of State detailing district populations and deviations, criteria and justifications, district maps, commission expenditures, and related materials, and the report would be made public. This article would take effect January 1st, 2030. Members establishing a redistricting commission would reduce the opportunity for gerrymandering and improve voters' confidence in our democratic process. Senator Jeff Wentworth, a Republican from San Antonio, first filed a redistricting commission bill in 1993, and Senators Menendez, West, Johnson, and I have done so since. In fact, I filed 6 Senate bills and 7 Senate joint resolutions across 3 regular and 5 special previous legislative sessions, but they've never received a hearing. With redistricting being such an important decision, an independent commission would make the redistricting process more fair. Given this need and justification, I hope it is acceptable to the author.
How California does it, 2-2-2-2.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author of the amendment, Mr. President?
Do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Zaffarini. And Senator, I appreciate the acknowledgement of the work that many of us have done on this. I really appreciate you bringing this amendment forward because You've reviewed the maps that have been presented to us today.
Yes.
And you currently represent a district that goes all the way from Laredo to Travis County, correct?
My senatorial district,
Your
yes.
senatorial district. Have you seen what this map does to Travis County in terms of its congressional representation?
I certainly have, and I asked questions about it, and so did Senator Eckhart.
So one of the things that was mentioned as a goal earlier today, and you brought it up as well, is compactness. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Would it surprise you to know that out of Travis County, I think it's at least three of its districts started Travis County. One goes all the way down to Corpus. The other one goes all the way down to almost the edge with New Mexico. I think it's past Midland, Ector County. And then one goes from Travis County to Polk County in East Texas. Those three range in distance from 218 miles to 357 miles apart. Does that sound compact to you?
It does not sound compact, and it surprised me when I saw it.
It seems that compactness is a matter of convenience, but your amendment is one where you think that instead of the politicians drawing the lines and picking their voters, you want an independent commission of people taking everything into account and drawing maps to represent the community.
That is correct, and many of us have tried. Certainly the person who tried hardest, as far as I know, was Senator Jeff Wentworth. He really worked at it mightily. Again, he was a Republican from San Antonio. He first filed a bill in 1993, and then you have filed several bills, I believe 5 or 6 times.
Yeah.
And I have, Senator West has, Senator Johnson has.
And I don't think any of them ever have received a hearing.
Never.
I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think that if these maps become law, and you live in that part of Travis County, and you know that your congressional representative might be from Midland, you might lose the interest in going because that person may not relate to the issues that are important to you in Travis County.
That's exactly right. And believe me, Senator, I understand the issue. And during the 1990s redistricting, at one point, my district from Laredo was redrawn all the way to El Paso, 615 miles away. New Orleans is closer to Laredo than El Paso. Yet for 2 years, I represented part of El Paso.
Wow. Well, thank you for bringing the amendment forward. I see that you have quite a few co-authors, and I think it's an excellent amendment. And I mean, if for nothing else, to save future chairs of redistricting, if we had your amendment, we wouldn't have to do this ourselves. The commission would do it, and then people could have confidence and faith that politicians weren't picking their voters, that the voters would get to select and elect their politicians.
Well, we've never had a hearing, but at least we have some floor attention today.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Senator, for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Statement on the bill?
Statement on the bill, that would be,
Are we not there yet?
we're on an amendment.
Oh, no. That's not really on.
Okay. Senator Zaffirini, I thought when you spoke, everyone hung on every word. And Senator Johnson didn't know it wasn't your amendment.
I'm so disappointed.
I know. Okay. Well, that would have still been too soon. You know? Yeah, it's on third and final passage you can make your statements. Senator King on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Dean Zaffirini, the Redistricting Commission is always a very, very interesting discussion. It's been brought up in the legislature many times, although I'm not sure this is germane to this bill, but I'm not calling a point of order on that. I also wonder if it requires a constitutional amendment, which I'm not sure for. But the larger question is that this is a really substantial change in how Texas operates. And I think it's more appropriate that it be brought up in a standalone bill during the next regular session, where it can be considered hearing and where we can hear from all the interested stakeholders and constituents on that, because it is such a substantial change to our process. I know that in talking to other states, I know in some places it's worked out well. In others, it has not at all. It's just become another political problem. And so with that, I would respectfully oppose the motion with the suggestion that it be brought up next session for a full discussion before the legislature.
Secretary will call the roll. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
11 ayes and 18 nays, the amendment fails. You're recognized for passage to engrossment.
So moved.
Third reading. It's a House bill. Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
18 ayes, 11 nays, the bill passes the third reading. We'll hold there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for the long day. Thankfully, not snarkily. Thank you for being patient with me.
Members, following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee, Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
House Bill 1 relating to youth camp and campground emergency preparedness to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 3 relating to the inoperability of emergency communication equipment and infrastructure in this state to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 20 relating to certain measures to prevent and reduce fraudulent charitable solicitations and theft during disasters to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding. House Bill 22 relating the authority of the Comptroller to provide funding for the deployment and operation of certain emergency communication equipment to the Select Committee on Disaster Preparedness and Flooding.
Members, if everyone can take their seats, we have a memorial adjournment today. The chair recognizes Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, before I move to adjourn for the day to reconvene later, I yield to Senator King for a memorial statement.
Senator King.
Thank you. I have a very, very dear friend whose funeral is today, and I was unable to make the gathering, the celebration of his life, because we're all here today. Good friend Robbie Hollier. Our kids grew up together. We've been going to church together for, I don't know, since the early 80s. Wonderful man. Suffered quite a bit the last few years. His family has suffered along with him. They are wonderful people. He's with the Lord. Couldn't be here today, but I thought it would be a neat thing if I could tell his family that we adjourn today in the memory of Robbie Hollier.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate adjourn until 5:45 today, August 22nd, in memory of Robert Hollier, constituent of Senator King.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands adjourned until 5:45. Thank you, members. Members will resume when we have more members on the floor. Members, I'm just waiting for some Democrats to come to the floor because I believe they want to speak one final. I was trying to wait for all the senators to come back, but we'll start. The Senate will come to order. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hinojosa Nueces, Hinojosa Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
Members' quorum is present. Please rise in the gallery and on the floor for the invocation by Senator Birdwell.
Would you bow with me, please? Father, we come before your throne, asking for wisdom and grace and strength. We ask your hand upon those in the hill country that have lost loved ones. Give them your peace that only you can provide. We ask your hand upon them. We ask your hand of safety upon the people of Texas. Our fellow members in the House, the executive branch, the judicial branch, and our national leadership. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Senator. You may be seated in the gallery as well. The Senate moves to excuse Senator Paxton on matters of important family business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The Senate moves to dispense the reading of yesterday's journal. Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Members, if there is no objection, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills and resolutions until the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objection, motion is adopted. That concludes the morning call. Senator King, you're recognized for motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4. Senator King? Senator King, you're recognized. Sorry. Yeah, I know it's been a long day.
Sorry.
You're not quite finished yet.
I had to catch up with myself there. I moved to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
18 ayes, 11 nays, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, House Bill 4. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4, relating the composition of the districts for the election of members of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
Members, it is now the time for third reading speeches. Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I rise in strong opposition to House Bill 4, the unfair, untimely congressional redistricting plan. In 2023, members, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Allen versus Milligan that Alabama's congressional map violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act because it denied black voters the opportunity to elect a second candidate of their choice when warranted by population growth and demographic patterns. This decision reaffirms Section 2 as a powerful legal tool to evaluate the effects, not merely the intent, of redistricting plans. Despite clear evidence of minority population growth and shifting demographics, House Bill 4 reflects the same failure by denying minority populations a fair opportunity to elect candidates of our choice. In this whirlwind of criticism and controversy, I believe we agree about the facts. First, that the current congressional map based on then current census data was approved in 2021 unanimously by 18 Republican senators, with 13 Democratic senators unanimously voting against it. Second, that during these special sessions, 12 Republican senators who voted for it unanimously at that time have changed your position and today unanimously seek to replace it with a map based on now 5-year-old census data, while 10 Democratic senators who unanimously opposed it then remain consistent in our opposition and unanimously oppose it even more vehemently now. Third, that while congressional redistricting has taken center stage during 2 special sessions called by Governor Greg Abbott and has been prioritized over the immensely critical issue of the day, flooding and disaster preparedness, it never was considered during our regular session that ended in June. That begs the question, why now? It prompts the answer, because the billionaire party bosses commanded it. Fourth, that the governor will call as many special sessions as needed until a congressional redistricting plan is adopted and will use whatever he calls every bullet in his belt to prevail, including moving the election date, finding and arresting legislators, declaring vacancies in the legislature, and calling upon the federal government and the judiciary to hearken to his side. Fifth, that the legal battle regarding the 2021 congressional redistricting lawsuit rages unresolved in El Paso federal court, and that this 2025 redistricting effort is headed for the courtroom. So I agree with the Democratic lawyers who believe that if HB 4 is going to pass anyway, the sooner we can get to court, the better, and the greater the likelihood we can get relief before the election. You have to wonder, how can Republicans adopt a redistricting plan in 2021 and then defend it vigorously in court since then, only to denigrate it in 2025 and try to replace it? Frankly, surely there are incumbent Republican members of Congress who wonder that too. Fourth, we agree that none of us wants to be here doing this at this time. Redistricting is such a partisan issue that it is best addressed every decade after the census data are released. In states across the country, minority parties will accuse majority parties of gerrymandering for political advantages. In Texas, the minority accusations were proven right. The NAACP, MALDEF, and the Democratic Party have prevailed in 5 congressional lawsuits filed in federal court through 2024. I am convinced that if justice prevails in the U.S. Supreme Court, Democrats and minorities will prevail in contesting the 2021 and the 2025 plans. That's a big if. Democratic senators oppose House Bill 4 not only because it disregards the growth and diversity of our state, but also because it further erodes the strength of minority districts, diminishing our ability to elect candidates of our choice and silencing voices that deserve to be heard. More specifically, coalition districts that allow minority voters to elect our candidates of choice are protected under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, even if courts do not require their creation in the first place. Congressional District 28, anchored in Laredo, for example, remains majority Hispanic, but loses Bexar County, with whom we have a strong community of interest, and adds Hidalgo County, despite the city of Laredo and the city of McAllen being competitive neighbors. The proposed map reflects marginal shifts that might seem insignificant on paper, but in districts such as this, with narrow turnout margins and cohesive minority voting blocks, it is exactly how opportunity is eroded. When minority voters comprise the majority but cannot elect our candidate of choice due to strategic redistricting, that is precisely the definition of vote dilution under Section 2. Of particular concern in House Bill 4 is the splitting of school districts, which occurs throughout Senate District 21 and across Texas. In my district, Del Valle ISD, a primarily Hispanic and economically disadvantaged community with distinct needs, is being divided in half. This division will destabilize the district by forcing residents to engage with multiple congressional representatives who may hold very different political priorities. Such fragmentation risks disenfranchising the community and can lead to different outcomes based on which portion of Del Valle ISD has a more responsive representative. We also heard testimony illustrating this challenge. Residents often reach out to their assigned congressperson only to be redirected to a neighboring representative of a different political party to have needs assessed. Congressional District 35, which stretches from Austin to San Antonio, was drawn by a Republican federal court after the legislature's 2011 map was declared to dilute Hispanic voting strength. It was crafted specifically to provide Hispanic voters in Central Texas a realistic opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. House Bill 4 effectively dismantles that district. It divides its core of East Austin's Hispanic and Black neighborhoods and redistributes them into adjacent districts in which voters of color no longer will have sufficient members to elect their candidates of choice. I would hope we agree an elected body should reflect the population its members represent. If so, House Bill 4 is a far cry from that standard. Representative Vincent Bettis recently offered an analysis indicating what the proposed map would ensure. One congressional representative for every 445,000 Anglos, meaning 26 of 38 seats for their population of 12.5 million. One congressional representative for every 1.5 million Hispanics, meaning 8 seats for our population of 12 million. One congressional representative for every 2 million African Americans, meaning 2 seats for their population of 4 million, and Asian Americans would have 0 representation in the delegation, despite their population of 1.6 million. That means Anglos, who comprise 40% of the population, would hold 68% of the delegation. Hispanics, who comprise 40% of the population, would hold 21% of the delegation. African Americans, who are 13%, would hold 5%, and Asian Americans, who comprise 5%, would hold none. Under this proposal, an Hispanic Texan has 1/3 the political value of an Anglo-Texan. From my perspective, as a Texan of Mexican, Spanish, Sephardic Jew, and Greek descent with an Italian last name, it is glaring that Hispanics comprise 40% of the population and should hold 15 of 38 seats, but under House Bill 4 could elect only 21% of the delegation, only 8 of 38. 3 of those districts, Congressional District 28, 15, and 34, are drawn in a way that makes them less effective at producing electoral outcomes consistent with the preferences of Hispanic voters. This is not proportionality, which admittedly the law does not require, but it is evidence of systematic underrepresentation, especially when combined with data indicating cohesive voting patterns, racially and ethnically polarized elections, and strategic redistricting choices that undermine voter influence. Clearly, House Bill 4 negatively would impact minorities' ability to elect candidates of our choice, including in South and Central Texas, which I represent. Its consequences are as deeply profound as they are exceedingly concerning, particularly within a legal framework that prohibits voting changes that result in minority voters having fewer opportunities than others to elect representatives of our choice. The proposed map dismantles effective minority opportunity districts, reduces the influence of cohesive voting blocs, and retreats from the progress made under decades of court oversight and community advocacy. It also fails the test of fairness. It fails the test of Section 2, and it fails the people of Texas. The Texas Senate used to be known as the most deliberative body in the world. Those days are over. Today, the majority will prevail, but the rights of minorities were ignored. Outnumbered, outvoted, and outgunned, Democrats will go down fighting, having used every available legislative tool. My prayer is that the pendulum will swing sooner rather than later, and that when it does, Democrats will respect all minorities, including political. For these reasons and more, Mr. President and members, it is with a very heavy heart that I will vote no regarding House Bill 4. Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator King, for your courtesy in answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Zaffarini. Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak against the bill. Mr. President, members.
Excuse me, Senator Menendez. Senator West, did you wish to go next? Yes, Senator Menendez.
Not a problem.
My apologies.
Not a problem.
He was next up in lineup on seniority. Senator West, for what purpose?
To speak against the bill.
You are recognized.
Members, I will not duplicate what Senator Zaffarini's already said. I think it's a job well done. This is my third redistricting session, and I know, Senator King, you had a job that you had to do. But you know, members, each and every day of the session, we started off with a prayer. Let that sink in. We started off with a prayer. And what I get from that is that we kind of put God above politics. We want to make certain that each and every one of us obviously represent our constituents, but we don't do that if it's contrary to our Father's word. We've gotten to a point where in many instances that's exactly what we're doing. We won't stand up and do what's right. Senator King has said we want to do what's political. You want more Republicans in Congress. And just think about that. Is that what we really need to be doing to try to make sure we heal this country and bring it back together, frankly, from the cliff of disaster? But you see, a lot of things that are going on right now, you can kind of look at the Bible and you can see exactly all of them were kind of set forth in the Bible, leading us to Revelations. I'm not going to go down that road, but I'm going to tell you a few things that I think as it relates to where we are today. This was not an issue when we first started session. It didn't become an issue until Donald Trump asked Texas for 5 more Republican votes in Congress because he's afraid that if history repeats itself, that he's going to lose the House of Representatives. And you know, I asked Senator King about circumstantial evidence. As soon as Trump made that statement in the news, Department of Justice sends a letter. We have a session, and redistricting, my friends, is put on the agenda for us to consider. Exactly what Donald Trump wants. I understand you're Republican, but are you a Republican first? Or are you a Texan first, like we were last night? With Senator Parker, you hit the nail on the head. We take care of Texans first. Our Attorney General. Well, let me back up a little bit. We're in court right now with the 2021 map. Senator Huffman was the chair of the committee. Senator Huffman has testified over and over again. Yes, we are contesting that particular map. The Attorney General was supportive of Senator Huffman's statement about it being race blind. You have an Attorney General that has made a living off of suing the federal government. For some strange reason, as it relates to this issue, he can't find the will to do that. Why? Because of Donald Trump. When you begin to look at where we are right now, African Americans. I pointed to this portrait over here on this wall. You know what it represents. Senator Miles and I have to consistently be confronted with this every time we come in here because of that history. You know what the history is of this state. You know discrimination still exists in this state, maybe not as much as it used to be. If we are indeed Christians, we're supposed to be looking out for our fellow man on a consistent basis. African Americans have finally been able to get 4 congressional seats in this state. We're going to have a population of some 50 million people by the year 2040. We have, what, 38 congresspersons? 4 African Americans? And what's getting ready to happen? When this map passes, you will have said, it's not about our brother's keeper. It's not about making certain that we do what's fair, that we do what's politically expedient. Yet and still we pray each and every day that we're here in fairness. If you feel that what we're doing is fair deep in your heart, then go ahead and put politics over what you have said and profess as a Christian. Why is it that when people, ethnic minorities in this state, which frankly is the majority groups now, start making strides consistent with the American dream, all, in many instances, professing to be Christians, but in all instances professing to be Texans, putting Texas first. We do it along with our Anglo brothers and sisters, each and every day, because we're proud to be Texans. But in political games, for some reason, ethnic minorities end up being pawns. You know what the numbers look like in terms of the census, 2020. You voted on a map that didn't give ethnic minorities fair representation in this state. And we're doing the same thing now. We're using ethnic minorities, and we've consistently done this throughout history, as pawns. Be it back in slavery, throughout history, as pawns. Do we continue to do that today? I hope not. But it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen as Christians. Senator Zaffirini, thank you very much for what you've done in terms of kind of setting the stage for all of this. I'm not going to be repetitive, but what we do today, Senator Betancourt, I hope we do it as Christians, not as politicians. We do what's in the best interest of all Texans, not just a select few.
Senator Hinojosa?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make
Speak on the
a
bill.
statement.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Members, I rise in strong opposition to House Bill 4 and the map before us. I understand and recognize that redistricting is one of the most partisan and politicized issues we undertake. Redistricting is naked political power used by the party in control. I also acknowledge the motivation by the Trump administration to redistrict in the middle of the traditional 10-year census cycle. It is to further entrench his power and control Congress at the expense of minority congressional districts here in our state. The difference is that this mid-decade redistricting special session pierces the heart of our democracy and equal protection of all citizens to have a voice. The redistricting special session is in line with the demands made by the July 7th Department of Justice letter and makes clearer the intent of the Trump administration to silence the voice of our U.S. citizens based on the color of their skin, black, brown, and Asian. that is not race blind. The congressional districts identified in the Department of Justice letter of July 7th are all districts, all 4 of them, represented by Black and Hispanics. The July 7 DOJ letter also misrepresented and distorted the Fifth Circuit opinion in Petaway versus Galveston County, in that the Fifth Circuit never declared unconstitutional. In a split decision, the Fifth Circuit opinion was narrow in scope, focusing on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The opinion stated only that coalitions of different racial or ethnic groups within one district, referred as coalition minority districts by the courts, could not claim voter dilution in a redistricting challenge under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And that's important. They didn't say coalition districts were unconstitutional. The DOJ letter misinterprets the Fifth Circuit ruling, and that the DOJ makes it clear in their letter it wants to wipe out 4 congressional districts and then name them in the letter. Representatives elected by their majority voters. This is targeted racial discrimination by any definition. The DOJ researched the racial makeup of districts in Texas and identified 3 districts in which Black and Hispanics were voters working together to constitute a majority, and 1 district in which Hispanic voters constitute a majority. To target these districts, all represented by minorities, is unconstitutional. As you notice, the Trump administration did not target any of the Republican congressional districts. House Bill 4 emerges not only from necessity, but from a political motivation to target intentionally coalition congressional districts. Unlike the regular post-census process, this mid-decade redistricting is timed and clearly engineered to create 5 additional Republican districts before the 2026 midterm elections. That is very obvious. And all of this is the expense of minority districts, where their voters, constituents, elected their candidate of choice. This map push ignores, even undermines ongoing legal scrutiny. The 2021 congressional map was subject to numerous lawsuits under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment. State officials previously asserted that the 2021 map was race blind, but now point to the DOJ concerns over 4 districts drawn along strict racial lines as justification for revamping them. This dramatic shift betrays a political calculation rather than a principled response, highlighting that racial discrimination motivates this effort targeting only minority districts. This also ignores demographic reality. Over 95% of the population growth in Texas came from non-Anglo residents as of the 2020 census. Hispanics are the largest demographic group at 40% and have been the primary driver for the state's population growth over the last decade. And as Senator West noted, our state of Texas is now minority majority, yet our representation grows less and less with every redistricting map that we draw and pass in this chamber. House Bill 4 redraws district lines to weaken the overall ability to elect the preferred candidates of choice. The overall number of districts where minority voters can effectively elect the preferred candidates is projected to shrink under House Bill 4. It reduces the number of congressional districts where a coalition of minorities hold the majorities from 9 to 4. From 9 to 4, it reduces the power and influence of minority voters in the state. Let us be clear, this map also splinters communities of interest. They've stood together for generations. It packs and cracks minority neighborhoods to shore up Republican control, breaking apart districts where minority voters have long elected candidates of their choice, and moving them to majority Anglo districts. In Corpus Christi, for example, House Bill 4 cracks minority communities, such as the historically black Hillcrest community, and moves it to a district that now includes part of South Austin. What do they have in common? Not much, if anything. Meanwhile, the rest of Corpus Christi is packed into a district that also includes Brownsville. A unified coastal community is broken apart, no longer connected to economic drivers such as the Port of Corpus Christi and the Corpus Christi Army Depot. Even the Nueces County refineries are split into 2 different congressional districts. House Bill 4 also splits Del Mar College. The Port of Corpus Christi is also split from the Naval Air Station of Corpus Christi. In the Rio Grande Valley, cities like McAllen, Edinburgh, and Farr, places bound by shared culture, economic networks, and family ties are being fractured across multiple districts, diluting their voice in Congress, now working together as a community with long family histories. The cities of McAllen and Edinburgh, with a long history of working together under a single congressional district, are no longer together. This is not fair representation. This is deliberate division. In addition to that, City of Farr. The City of Farr is divided into 2. And the city has a school district, the Farr San Juan Alamo School District, which is divided in half. That is not a community of interest that's being done by House Bill 4. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the United States Constitution require maps to protect communities of interest and give every Texan an equal voice. Yet, this plan does not do that. It does the opposite. At its core, this plan violates the basic principles of fair representation in a true democracy and deepens mistrust in our democratic institutions. Voters should choose the representatives. Representatives should not manipulate maps to choose their voters. House Bill 4 entrenches power by weakening accountability, disfranchising communities of color, and defying the principles of fair and equal representation. We allow hyper-partisan gerrymandering to continue. We undermine the very foundation of our democracy. As President Abraham Lincoln so rightly called a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Texas deserves maps that reflects its people, not maps that silence them. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Menendez, you're now recognized to speak on the final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I want to thank 3 of our most tenured colleagues in the Senate, Senator Zaffarini, Senator West, and Senator Hinojosa. My father, if he was with us, he'd be 102 this year. So as you can imagine, he tried to impart a lot of wisdom, and I think we need to learn from the lessons of our past. Because if we don't, they'll come back to haunt us. And sometimes when we're sitting here working on legislation, it's just, and what's been said many times, it's just words on a piece of paper. The difference is that this map's going to affect people's lives. You know, there's a reason why so many people flock to this country and have for years. In the Declaration of Independence, when Thomas Jefferson wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. This bill, these maps, reduce the consent of the governed. The people, especially those who live in these racially gerrymandered districts. In these founding documents, Americans were promised a better and more just future. I feel that we have strayed very far. This letter that I hold in my hand right here is the letter that many have referred to, dated July the 7th. At the very top, it says U.S. Department of Justice, Civil Rights Division, Office of the Attorney General. Addressed to Greg Abbott, Office of the Governor, and Ken Paxton. The part I'm going to read to you is just where it says, as stated below, congressional districts Texas 9, 18, 29, and 33 currently constitute unconstitutional coalition districts, and we urge the state of Texas to rectify these race-based considerations from these specific districts. Race-based. So the Department of Justice writes this letter to the governor on July the 7th. On July the 9th, Governor Abbott issues a proclamation where it says, legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. What constitutional concerns? The ones that say that these coalition districts are race-based. I find it difficult to understand how we can be listening to our colleague talk about how race was not taken into consideration when the Department of Justice asked specifically to rectify the race-based considerations. And then we ask ourselves sometimes as public servants, why do people not vote? Why is the voter turnout so low? What's happening? Because when they see gerrymandered maps like this that take someone living in Travis County and put them in a district with someone in Ector County, 375 miles away, they're like, what is fair, compact about this? When they hear that 9 minority districts are going to go to 4, when 90% of the growth in the last decennial census was made up of minorities. 90%. Yesterday, we heard many of our colleagues in the House talk about specifically how they're going to discriminate and hurt our communities. Representative Anchia said the Latino community by any standard is already underrepresented in this state. We represent 40% of the population, responsible 50% of the growth, and yet these maps have to be intentional to have us enjoy even less representation under this map if you apply the numbers this map furnished. It just doesn't make sense. If you apply math to that percentage, 4 to 5 districts out of 48 comes out to 10.5%, 13%, even though Latinos represented 50% of the growth. In Tarrant County, where 70% of the population is Latino, this map dismantles their only chance at a congressional representative. In Dallas County, millions of Latinos have waited over a decade to have an opportunity to elect a Dallas County neighbor of their choice. This map denies that opportunity. Working class families are paired with faraway suburbs that have nothing in common. In my hometown in San Antonio, a performing 60% plus Latino congressional seat disappears, gone, with no explanation. This map is not democratic or representative. It is deliberately, intentionally a racially gerrymandered map. Senator Zaffirini covered a lot of the stats that were covered by the next representative, and I'm not going to be repetitive. But I think that this is something that does need to be repeated. Under this map, under the map that's being proposed for us to vote on right now, white Texans will receive 1 member of Congress for every 445,000 residents. But if you're Hispanic, it's going to take 1.5 million residents, as Senator Zaffirini said earlier, to get the same representation, 1 congressperson. But if you're black, it's going to take 2 million African Americans. In this proposal, an Hispanic, as has been said, has 1/3 of the political value of a white Texan, and a black 1/5. Representative Ana Hernandez said Latino communities in this map have been split apart. In Congressional District 29, which has stood as a performing Latino majority district, the map dismantles the district and Hispanic citizen voting age population is reduced by 20%. Members, this process in this map, no matter what has been said, the outcome, the net effect, is intentional discrimination. I understand the author of the bill says it doesn't violate the Voting Rights Act, that the act that prohibits racial discrimination, all while claiming these maps were drawn race blind. But how? How can we believe that to be the case when Senator King has told us over and over again that he did not draw the maps, that he did not run the test, that these maps were given to him? Today we heard that Senator King and Adam Kincaid, who was possibly one of the map makers, had something to do with the map making, does map making for the Republican Party, that they've spoken 3 times. But Senator King said, don't tell me anything about maps. Don't talk to me about maps, is what I heard when they saw each other at the ALEC convention. Well, but Senator, how did you know he was drawing maps? Folks, I'm going to close with this. I've told y'all, I've had great conversations with many of you offline where we've been able to talk about our background, where we come from, who makes us, what it makes us who we are. And y'all know both my parents immigrated to this country with nothing. Father with a 4th grade education, my mom with a nursing degree at the age of 18, just with a strong will, strong backs, and a desire to work hard. And they raised us saying, work hard, stay determined, play by the rules. And in this country, people respect the rules, and you'll be able to do anything. These maps, they're going to dilute the voting strength, the representation for communities of colors. These maps are going to make it more difficult for communities of colors to progress. These maps are discriminatory based on the impacts on racial minorities. And as we heard earlier from our colleague, Senator Gutierrez, they split Native American tribes. These maps are unconstitutional and illegal. Mr. Chairman, you said yourself today that the data that needed to be used to draw, the only data, was decennial census data. I repeat, in the last redistricting, in the last census cycle, that gave us a redistricting 2021 cycle, with 90% growth being minority, we did not gain one additional Hispanic opportunity seat. In this map, yet again, we do not gain another seat. And just recently, as the Supreme Court is getting ready to debate and entertain some of the issues that are occurring, here we go. There's case law that holds that a good faith presumption applies to congressional maps when they are originally drawn by the Texas legislature after a decennial census. In a mid-decade redistricting such as this, the good faith presumption may not apply because the Texas legislature redrew majority-minority districts after it was made aware that the law regarding majority-minority districts is unsettled, and the constitutionality of the majority-minority districts is being currently considered by the U.S. Supreme Court in Louisiana versus Calais. The legislature will be acting in bad faith, dismantling existing majority-minority districts and creating new ones, knowing the constitutionality of those districts has yet to be decided by the Supreme Court. Members, as I read earlier in our Declaration of Independence, this country was meant to derive its just powers from the consent of the governed. Our democracy has been strong for a long time, but I worry about the future. This has gone too far. Why? Because it's the right of the people to govern it. I'm asking everyone that's watching, please do not give up, get involved, even though the odds are going to be potentially actively stacked against you. You have to show up. You have to show up every time. You have to vote because our government is representative of our communities. Today, just like our country, the Texas Senate, I feel like with these maps that talk about fairness, legality, compactness, yet you have Travis County sliced and diced like a pizza, Tarrant and Dallas and Harris. Harris, I think I counted 9 congressional districts in one county. 9. Bits and pieces, just grabbing the people they wanted for certain districts. That's not compact. That's not constitutional. It's not legal. You know, there was a senator long before I ever even thought about politics, long before I even was here, who used this desk, who fought segregationist laws, who fought anything he felt was against fair and equal representation for his communities. And that senator went on to be a U.S. congressman. And in San Antonio, Congressman Henry B. Gonzalez, whose portrait is hanging back there, he used this desk. We have got to take a real accounting of ourselves. Because, folks, what do we gain if your party picks up 5 seats here? What do you gain? But if you make the people of Texas lose faith in their government, what do you really gain? I implore you to vote no against this flawed map. Thank you, members and Mr. President.
Senator Miles, to speak on final passage.
I'll speak against the bill, Mr. President. You know, by now, I would think that all of you in this chamber know that I don't say much. But when I do speak, I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. From the moment I was appointed to this committee, Chairman King, I've been very clear, and I've made it very clear to all of you that I was going to expose this process for what it truly is. You know, we talk about decorum in this chamber, but there is no decorum to be had when you're being oppressed and the voices of your community, black and brown communities, are being suppressed. I've served in this legislature since 2007, elected by my peers in my community. I'm a senator, and I enjoy being a senator. But I will always be a black man first. In every session, I come to this floor and I tell you about these policies, from CRT to DEI to now this election bill and this redistricting bill. How much harm it will cause. And every time I hear from my Republican colleagues in this chamber, they tell me I'm wrong about it. They tell me I'm wrong. And every morning I wake up to a life, every morning, of pain for my people. If it's from CRT to DEI to the election process. So let me be clear. This map from HB to SB and back to committee substitute is just plain racist. This map is disrespectful, it is deplorable, it is discriminatory. And the actions of ramming it through the process is devious, damaging, and downright despicable. The Republican leadership followed through with the president's plan, aided by the Department of Justice, putting out a hit list for congressional seats in the black and brown communities of Texas. This plan seeks to discriminate against people of color and steal congressional seats. And yes, I mean steal. When you take what doesn't belong to you, it's called stealing. Fact, these congressional seats do not belong to any elected official, any one party, or any president. They belong to the people. The people. This is about citizens in this state of a district having the ability to elect a candidate of their choice. Of their choice. From the beginning of this process of mid-district and mid-decade redistricting has been a complete sham, as I said earlier, and a farce. You know, some of you may know and some of you may not care, but August 6th was the 60th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act in Texas, in this country. And Texas has been found guilty of violating the Voters' Rights Act every decade since enacted. Every doggone decade for the last 2 decades. As I said before, and I mean this, and I want y'all to hear this, you cannot be complicit in racist actions and get mad when someone calls you a racist. You can no longer hide the racism of your party. Once more, we face a map that does not reflect the truth of Texas, but instead manipulates and whitewashes it. They call it redistricting, but let's be clear, it's rig-districting. When you imbalance the voting of the guarantee one result, that's not democracy, that's rigging. And when you rig, the people's choice is taken away. Texas is the home of the largest black population in the United States. That should mean something and how these maps are drawn. But instead of recognizing that, that's the reality, this map seeks to bury it. It takes the voices of black Texans, splits them up, dilutes them, packs them, cracks them, and erodes black voices in this state. Let's dig a little deeper and a little closer to home. Houston's black population accounts for 35% of the state's overall black population. And instead of recognizing that and creating an additional opportunity, you pack Congressional District 18, disintegrate the black vote in Congressional District 9, move them to 18, and have the audacity to act as if you've done us a favor. The population has grown, but you've gone backwards with this map. Decreasing black opportunity seats from 2 to 1 in Houston and across the state are not gifts. Come on, y'all. We can count. We all know basic math. Packing Congressional District 18 is not representation. Destroying 9 is not representation. It is suppression. And make no mistake, suppression is rigged districting. In committee, over and over and over again, the chair reiterated, the map is laid out. Maps he admits he did not draw, that they were drawn race blind. And the bottom line to that is, it's impossible. It lacks knowledge. Everyone in this chamber knows that black folks in Texas overwhelmingly vote Democratic. That's not a secret to anyone. So when you set out to create more Republican seats, what are you really doing? It's dismantling the ability of black Texans to elect candidates who truly represent their community interests. That's common sense. Not to mention, the maps were drawn by a national Republican redistricting committee. But let me make it clear, there can be no fairness for Hispanic Texans, if there's no fairness for black Texans, if there's no fairness for any of us, there can be no fairness for any voter in this state. But when you silence one community, you weaken democracy for all of us. And when you weaken democracy, you take the congressional seats away from people they belong to and hand them over as property. This map strips it all away. That's what this map does. It is a slap in the face of black voters. It's a slap in the face of Hispanic voters and every voter who calls Texas home. And if Texas is truly for one for all, then voting must matter for all people. In Texas, we have witnessed to the unrelenting massive assault on Voting Rights Act, diminishing the political voices of black and browns and marginalizing people unlike anywhere else since the Jim Crow era. This mid-districting, or this rigged districting, is just a tactic and another assault. You know, I was in a barbershop the other day when I got a chance to go home, Royce. This old 70, maybe 80-year-old black man came in, and he started talking about redistricting to me and this whole situation. And he described it like this. It's Jim Crow in a new Cadillac. The people of Texas have spoken through testimony, through protests, through their presence at this Capitol. Yet leadership turned a deaf ear, acting as if those voices do not matter. I once heard the four most powerful words in democracy: the people have spoken. But it's clear that the leadership of this state and this nation don't want to hear the black and brown folks speak. And it's clear that the leadership in the state is not listening when 98% of the people who testified, who chimed in on this map, on this redistricting, spoke against it. 98%. 2% was in favor of this map. 2%. Let me remind you, black voices matter, brown voices matter. Every voice in this state matters. And when you deny those voices, you're not redistricting. Once again, you're redistricting. You know, let's make a note. Whenever an issue of equality and rights, such as this map, comes up in Republicans, they often try to justify their actions by saying, well, the Democratic Party was a party of oppression, and the Republican Party freed the slaves. Okay, thank you. But that's not an excuse. You cannot justify the unjustifiable. The Republican Party has become the party of oppression, and you are now the party of disenfranchising. Voters drawing racist maps by adopting voter suppression laws. What matters is the moment. What matters is now. What matters is what are you going to do now? Republicans in this chamber and the House have the numbers. We understand that. We as Democrats understand we're outnumbered. So you have the ability to do whatever you want. But I ask this, just because you can do something, does it mean you should do something? Lastly, if you allow me, let me speak to everyone in the sound of my voice, watching from the gallery or streaming online. This redistricting is just another evil tactic to keep us from exercising our constitutional right of voting. Yes, the Republicans have stacked the deck, and this abomination is going to pass, but do not give up. Trump and the Republicans want us to be discouraged and dismayed. They want to give you a reason to stay at home on election day, but please don't. This is my call to arms. Your vote is your weapon. So show them that we can fight and fight back. Show them that we can get down. Show them that their voices in black and brown marginalized communities cannot be silenced. Vote in spite of. Vote because of. Vote because of or in spite of this evil map. Don't give them what they want. Spread the truth. Prepare for 2026 and beyond. Be the hurdle in their way. Take yourself and your neighbor, your friend, and get to the ballot box. We need to mobilize, prepare for the battle. Show Trump and Republicans how here in Texas, we really get down. Show them who you are, and more importantly, show them whose you are. This is redistricting. Coined, rigged districting. We must keep our faith, keep our fight.
Senator Johnson, to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is, by any measure, an extraordinary step. A mid-decennial redistricting in a special session. The redistricting process typically takes a couple of years. This one's happening in a matter of days, maybe weeks. And it happened with the speed of the yank on a dog's leash. It's not dignified, it's not just, it's not legal. We've heard the explanation that this really isn't about race. This is just about Republican political performance. And we've heard that one before. We heard that something like that back in 2003. Tom DeLay led the push to redraw maps just 2 years into the decennial cycle. He succeeded. It was a disaster. He was also convicted in the Abramoff scandal a few months later, so I don't know if that portends well for this outcome here. But it certainly speaks to the character of such an act. I think this is a gross misstep for many reasons. It looks like you're going to get your 5 seats, but what really is the purpose underlying all this? I don't think it is just like Tom DeLay's, we want more power, we have the numbers, we can get it. That happens in Texas, in Illinois, California, New York, Oklahoma. It happens all over the country every 10 years in an orderly process that most of us don't think is a very good process. I think maybe privately we might all be relieved if the federal government and the state governments would join together and ban mid-decennial redistricting by statute or by constitution or by both, and enact independent redistricting commissions. Now, I've heard valid concerns that independent redistricting commissions in the end aren't all that independent in practice. And there's probably something to that. It's pretty difficult to cleanse a human being of all partisan leanings whatsoever, particularly if you're in a state that has a bent one way or another. But here's one thing for sure that wouldn't be happening if we had independent redistricting commissions. We wouldn't be doing it. We'd be figuring out what we're going to do with THC or flooding or property tax or the other things that we probably ought to be doing during a regular session instead of during a special session, so we could use the interim for the less partisan, less flashbulby process of figuring out what kind of policy we ought to pursue when we get here for our 140-day sprints. But that's not where we are right now. And so I ask you, as you embark on this process, which my colleagues have very, very articulately condemned with objective information, you're doing this at what cost? At what cost to public faith in our institutions, in our elections? What cost to faith of the public in not just our elections, but in their participation in the elections, in the outcome of the elections? I think you're undermining our faith in democracy. You're setting off a national gerrymandering. I learned how to pronounce that correctly. Is the legislator from Massachusetts who gave rise to the word gerrymandering, which is how we say it. His name was Gary. So gerrymandering, a nationwide gerrymandering war is now in effect because of us. Right? Nobody else was doing this before. And in fact, I'm not going to say us, I'm going to say y'all as the majority. That's a consequence of this. But also think about the consequences to this institution. I talked about this last round. It's an act of compliance. It's passive. It waives any even pretense of that Texas independence of which we're all so proud. It was just a quick suggestion from the president that went to the governor, that went to here. And serving up 5 seats in a gerrymandering war and undermining faith in democratic elections. And there's one other piece of damage to this institution and one other piece of undermining faith. And that is participation in the processes that happen in this building. And I'm talking specifically about hearings. Senator Miles brought up the hearings. 98% of people testified against it, 2% in favor. But after 6, 7, 8 hours of grueling questions and answers, Senator King demonstrated impressive stamina. What I didn't hear anywhere in there was any consideration for anything anyone said in hearing. What was the point? Are we dressing this up to try to make it look legitimate? There was no amount of hours of hearings. There were no number of hearings in any number of places geographically dispersed across the state or done virtually that could have legitimized what we're doing here. And my notes just disappeared. So I'll move on to the next part. Those are the damages. That's the cost. And the third thing I want to take up is the damage to the law, or the challenge to the law that we all now face. No one in here is a Voting Rights Act expert, but we all have artificial intelligence to consult and able staffs, and we all have a pretty good grasp that the Voting Rights Act looks not only at the intent to discriminate, which would certainly be avoided if a map is drawn without regard to racial data, but also the Voting Rights Act looks at discriminatory effect, intended or not, including historically throughout the district courts in the country, coalition districts where one or more minority groups is politically cohesive and combined in a district, whether intentionally when the district was drawn or by happenstance. But at the moment that we're standing in, there are districts, 5 of them now targeted, where minority groups, 2 or more, combine in a politically cohesive way to be able to choose the people they wish to put in office. And if they're split up, they will no longer have that ability, the result of which is lower representation by greater proportions of people, which doesn't seem consistent with the democratic ideal. In fact, it's not. It's so flagrantly in contravention of everything the Voting Rights Act has stood for since its enactment that you'd think it was a laydown. Your maps are dead. Now, I hope that is the case. But my feeling and my suspicion is that the plan here by the map drawers in Washington, D.C., and the team of lawyers that thought this stuff up, that assure all of you that these maps comply with the Voting Rights Act, that what they really mean is that these maps comply with what we think the courts might later hold about the Voting Rights Act. That the Fifth Circuit's aberrant view, effectively gutting the Voting Rights Act, will become the view of the United States Supreme Court. I hope not. I hope not. And it makes me sad that we would even attempt to avail of that in the middle of a decade. But here we are. And we will see how the courts come down on this. And I have hope that they will not, that they, the Supreme Court, will not decide that these maps are okay under some new, less helpful version of the Voting Rights Act. And these maps will go away. I don't know when. I don't know if it's going to be 1 year or 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. I mean, the judicial recourse isn't all that great either. So I kind of wish we would do things right in the first instance. But we're going to see this play out in the courts. And maybe in response to all of this, in response to the gerrymandering war we've set off around the nation, we will see some federal action banning mid-decennial redistricting. We will see state action and federal action requiring independent redistricting commissions. And maybe that comes as a result of the 26th election wave, when the electorate rises up and says, this is too much. Thank you.
Senator Blanco, speak on final passage.
To speak in opposition to the bill. Thank you, Mr. President, members. When our founding fathers met in Philadelphia in 1787, they sought to design a government that would endure. And it has done just that. It has endured. Our government, our country, our form of government, it's that shining light, that shining city on a hill. It's a testament to the rest of the world that America is a beacon of freedom, that it represents prosperity, but importantly, democratic ideals. And our founders understood that those constitutional principles and the very legitimacy of our government depended on fair representation of the people. James Madison wrote in Federalist number 52 that the definition of the right of suffrage is very justly regarded as a fundamental article of Republican government. Meaning representation was not a detail, but rather it was a cornerstone. And to preserve that cornerstone, the framers created a system grounded in regularity and in fairness, in regularity and in fairness. They required a census every 10 years so that districts would be adjusted to reflect actual population growth and population shifts. And as Madison further explained in Federalist 54, apportionment must be based on the aggregate number of inhabitants, so that representation remained faithful to the people themselves. And that's why our founders enshrined this idea of tying redistricting to the decennial census. Article 1, Section 2 of the United States Constitution mandates that an apportionment of representatives among the states must be carried out every 10 years. Members, apportionment is the original legal purpose of the decennial census, as intended by our nation's founders. It ensures that the process is not arbitrary, not political, but anchored in objective data, measured at regular intervals. It reflects growth, not advantage. It reflects representation, not power. And that is why this map and this redistricting bill gives me such concern. Mid-decade redistricting, absent a court order, departs from that constitutional design. It untethers the process from population, and instead, it ties it to political expedience. It risks turning a solemn duty into an instrument of political advantage. And some may argue that, there's no law prohibiting mid-decade redistricting. But members, just because there's no law that doesn't prohibit it, it just doesn't make it right to do it. And while the framers of our Constitution, they did not envision maps being drawn whenever it suited those in power. They actually intended apportionment to follow the census, so that representation would follow the people, not politics. That was a directive that they enshrined in our Constitution. So why are we ignoring that? Why is this legislature not heeding the warning of our founding fathers? Why is Texas bending the knee? Our founders, including Thomas Jefferson, understood the dangers of unchecked power. Jefferson reminded us that an elective despotism was not the government that we fought for. He distrusted any concentration of authority that ignored the voice of the people. And if redistricting can be rewritten at will, well, then we invite the possibility of maps being drawn every election cycle. The very despotism that Jefferson warned us against. And if the rules of representation can be written whenever politically convenient, then stability is lost. Fairness abandoned. And the people's faith in democracy itself is shaken. We must ask ourselves, will Texas continue to believe in the equality of their ballot when the foundation of equal representation will be easily bent? Will they still trust the principle of one person, one vote if that principle is subjected to manipulation at every turn? You know, as a veteran, I swore an oath in uniform to defend the Constitution. Many of us in this body wore that uniform. And many of us as elected officials swore to defend the Constitution. A Constitution that guarantees equal protection, a Constitution that guarantees equal voice, a Constitution that provides for equal representation of every citizen. And carving out maps for partisan advantage, well, that just undermines that guarantee. Members, the Constitution is not a suggestion. It's the foundation of our democracy. And it's our solemn duty to uphold it. You know, history is not only going to record the votes that we take today, it's also going to record whether we honored the vision of those who entrusted us with this responsibility more than 2 centuries ago. For these reasons, and to honor our Constitution, to honor our democracy, and to honor our founding fathers, I'll be voting no on House Bill 4. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gutierrez, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Rise at this moment. I wasn't intending to speak. I was asked by my colleagues if I was going to speak, and I really wasn't intending to speak very much because I thought we'd had our moment earlier and we kind of get everything off our chest. But I thought to myself, what do we do if we end up in the courthouse? What do people that have been disenfranchised have to do and show if we get to the courthouse? How do we prove that case? I was listening to my colleague, Senator Miles and Senator West and Senator Menendez, Senator Blanco, and so many others. I sat up in my office, had some dinner, a real quick bite of dinner. And I got inspired by their words. I thought to myself, well, what's this about? I mean, how do we prove this case? What's that binder look like? We talked about it earlier. What's that trial notebook look like? We have to show that the proponents of these maps, Senator King and others, used racial bias in the makeup of these maps. That's really what this is about. That's what all this questioning has been about all day long. The questioning in the House of Representatives was just yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before? To show that there has been racial bias in the making of the map. So I figured, well, let's start with day one. We have a proclamation in the first session from the governor, and he goes off and he cites the Department of Justice letter that says that there was reverse gerrymandering, if you will, race-based considerations from the creation of certain coalition districts in 21. Even though the Attorney General said that there was no race considerations of any sort, even though everybody in this room, every Republican in this room voted for those maps, even though Senator King himself suggested that he was going to vote for those maps because he felt that they were fair, not racially drawn, and within the Voting Rights Act. And so here we are, all of a sudden, with new maps, and now these maps, supposedly, are not racially drawn in any way. The proponent of this bill would have us suggest that he lives in a world of blissful ignorance. Says, I don't know. I didn't look at, I relied on my lawyers. I didn't see their analysis. I didn't read their analysis. Even though he got an opinion from them that none of us have seen. Even though he acknowledges that they likely did ecological inference analysis and they likely did racial polarized voting analysis. He didn't ask for a report. It's real simple to say, well, I didn't use race analysis. I didn't use race data into consideration. Other people did. Other people did. He said, I didn't, over and over again, we've heard for weeks, I don't know who the map makers are. Never met the map makers. We have that on audio tape over and over. Never met the map makers. Don't know who they are. Don't know who the map drawers are. And this might seem like an attack on Senator King, and I don't mean it to be. But the fact is, we've got to find out who the racists are. Now, it's not Senator King. It's the map makers, the people he's never met. Those are the ones that use the race data to pack and crack these districts. I'd love to know who they are. But we find out today that in actuality, he had met one of them. Even though he said over and over again he didn't know, he had not met with him. We find out today that Adam Kincaid was his friend for many years. Talked to him 2 months ago over the phone. Met him at the ALEC Republican Conference. Last call was this Monday. He called him to tell him, hey, we're making changes to the map. Senator King would have us believe that, okay, I got to go. That was the end of that call. Then he says that, ask for someone's number. How long was that call? I imagine we'll find out. Imagine that lawsuit. We'll uncover phone records and data. They'll show us how long that call was. We'll see if there's any text there. Somehow, miraculously, districts, almost 7 of them, end up cracked back down to the margins, where minorities are just over a 50% threshold. But there was no race data in the offing, according to Senator King. According to Senator King, there's no race data in the offing. So we have the DOJ's letter that shows us that race was a consideration. We have the governor's proclamation that cites the DOJ's letter. We come now to the blissful ignorance that we've heard all day long today. It's the best way to try this case, to not know, to not say. That's what he's told us. It would appear to me that our friend is a great lawyer, a great witness. But it is clear to me also that 444 precincts were broken down to the block level. 444 precincts were divided down to the block level. And the only way, and when you do that, the only data that you have that gives you the race data that you're looking for is census data. Someone looked at the census data to break down 444 precincts. And we look at some of the principles of the Voting Rights Act as we try to keep precincts whole. And we've all known that. We've been over this, some of us for 2 and 3 times over the last 10, 15 years. We've dealt with this. But in this map, 444 precincts were broken down at the block level. And so, I know many of you would like to remain in blissful ignorance. I think that the people of the state of Texas deserve a little bit more transparency than blissful ignorance. I think that the people of the state of Texas deserve real honesty and real answers. And as I said at the very beginning of this thing, they deserve that our time not be wasted on this crap. That they deserve that the real issues of the state of Texas be addressed, rather than some political witch hunt for Donald Trump and his cronies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Cook, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I rise tonight to speak in opposition of this bill and of the entire process. Earlier today, we heard what sounded like just a joke or a quip about adding the word expeditious to the fruits of the Spirit. And I just want to say how disrespectful it is to my constituents, to all of our constituents, how we need to be more expeditious about redrawing all of the congressional lines in the middle of a decade with obvious, serious consequences for Black and brown voters. This process should not be done quickly. It should not be done behind closed doors. It should be done very publicly and with as much warning as a decennial census gives us. There were also comments about when one is sponsoring a House bill, that one does not do one's research or homework or carry that bill as though it's somebody else's baby, which we all know that it is. And so I just want my constituents and the people in this chamber to know that when I pick up a House bill, I do my homework. And I do learn everything that I possibly can about it. And I assure the person for whom I'm carrying it that I am going to care for it the way that I think that they would. I think that's how you get good policy. The concept of one person and one vote is a deeply empathetic concept that centers on human dignity. I truly believe that each one of us is actually a child of God, and that how people feel matters to me. Every single person in this state is just as much a human being as I am, and that's why they deserve to be a part of the processes that shape the change around them. To disrespect that is to disrespect the concept of humanity entirely. And I just want to say how painful it is to watch many of the members in this chamber be completely silent throughout this entire process. But sometimes when there's moments off the mic, there's a little bit of honesty about how broken this is, how unnecessary it is, how really no Texans are asking for this. Maybe even a joke about how the map in Houston now looks like a hurricane because that's the only way to squeeze out more Republicans. That is a hurtful statement to me and to so many people in my district, especially the Black and brown voters. Throughout the process of SB4 and HB4 moving through this legislature, the people's voices have been ignored. There were no Senate statewide regional hearings, unlike those held for every redistricting process in all of Texas history. Texas House was no better, with a meager 3 field hearings, and at the Houston one, almost 1,000 people showed up. But thanks to confusion and disorganization, my opinion, disrespect, and a lack of access for folks who use sign language, hundreds never got the chance to speak. Afterward, I joined my House colleagues to hear the people's testimony for 2 hours at Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. Since their voices were not a part of the official record, I would like to take this moment to enter some of their words into the record tonight. Savant Moore, a proud CD18 voter, said, "This district isn't just lines on a map, it's a legacy. Where Barbara Jordan made history, where Mickey Leland marched for the poor, and where Sheila Jackson Lee defended those that no one else would. So when you propose a redraw of CD18, you're not just moving boundaries, you're moving the soul of our community. We didn't come here asking for change, we asked to protect what generations of people built." Another person, Debbie White, said, "Gerrymandering denies communities their rightful voice in Congress. It fractures neighborhoods like the 3rd Ward, Acres Homes, and 5th Ward, communities that deserve fair representation. Redistricting should reflect population growth and the diversity of our state, not suppress them." Coretta Brown said, "Will you allow yourself to become a cheater of democracy? Will you sit silent while standing on the shoulders of giants like Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Thurgood Marshall, and Sheila Jackson Lee? We've seen this before. After Reconstruction, Black representation was violently, and I mean violently, stripped away. Communities lost rights and progress for nearly a century until the Civil Rights Movement reclaimed them through the struggle and sacrifice. If you allow this redistricting to happen, you are choosing to disregard that legacy." Gretchen Brown said, "I grew up in both the 18th and 9th districts. Make no mistake, these districts didn't just raise me. They grounded my values, my vision, and most of all, my ability to fight." 77021, 77033, 77048. If you're familiar, that's up and down MLK Boulevard, but also most of Houston's South Side and also Missouri City. Representation matters. It really does, which is why I called out those zip codes and parts of town. These parts of town are often overlooked. Last on the list, redistricting. It shouldn't erase the neighborhoods that built us, that built me. It should reflect our voices, protect our legacy, and ensure the next generation sees leadership that feels local, lived, and truly theirs. And yet, today, this body passed a map that tells my constituents their voices are expendable. The changes we're witnessing are fundamentally altering the makeup of congressional districts that have historically provided representation for communities of color in Houston. When communities that have worked together for decades, shared schools, churches, and struggles are suddenly divided, you do silence their voice. You weaken their ability to advocate effectively for healthcare, infrastructure, housing, and every single basic need. You destroy legacies, relationships that have spanned generations, and collective memories that teach the next generation. These maps are racist, and they are devastating. Plain and simple. It's one thing to do this every 10 years, and it's another to fly in the face of every constitutional rule and do it mid-cycle. It's arrogant, and the greed is insurmountable. I would like to close with a quote from the Barbara Jordan, whose picture, of course, hangs on the wall, who represented both Senate District 11 and Congressional District 18 and many of the communities that I get to represent and serve today. It was the question to be answered in 1976 when Barbara Jordan gave this address, and it is still the question to be answered today. Let us heed the voice of the people and recognize their common sense. If we do not, we not only blaspheme our political heritage, we also ignore the common ties that bind Americans. Many fear the future's uncertainty and are distrustful of their leaders and believe that their voices are not heard. They seek only to satisfy their private dreams. They ignore the common interests, the common good. This is the great danger that America faces, that we will cease to be one nation and dissolve into a collection of interest groups and individuals, each seeking to fulfill private dreams, each seeking to satisfy private wants. If this occurs, who then will speak for America? Who will speak for the common good? This is the question to be answered. Today, we have seen the common good be cast aside.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thanks so much. We've talked a lot about Barbara Jordan in this chamber. And what a wonderful thing that we've talked a lot about Barbara Jordan. I choose to sit right next to her portrait because on days where I feel like there's just no chance of the minority getting heard in this chamber, no chance of having a chairmanship, no chance of being placed on a committee where we have actual expertise, no chance of actually participating in the formation of policy in this chamber, I look over at her and go, geez Louise, put on your big girl panties. Barbara had it way worse. Keep going, right? It's so awesome to be able to glance to the right and know that we can keep going, that we can become a more perfect union. So I want to take you back in time to when Barbara was in this chamber and when redistricting was happening in the early 70s. And I'm going to take you straight to a book that talks about it. It actually has my father's name on it. In 1970 reapportionment, Texas had gained 1 congressional seat, and much as Eckhart worked to draw a seat for himself in 1965, now his state Senate allies, Charlie Wilson, Don Kennard, Oscar Mauzey, Babe Schwartz, and Barbara Jordan wanted that 1 new seat. Jordan was close to Lieutenant Governor Ben Barnes, and he supported her effort to get that new seat. White guy supporting a black woman to get that new seat. Eckhart went to Barnes's office to discuss the redistricting dynamics, and Barnes made sure that all the incumbents, including Eckhart, had districts they could continue to win. It was the incumbent protection era of gerrymandering. Yet he had to be careful. Eckhart had supported Jordan and loved the idea of her coming to Congress, but he had to give up black precincts in his district to a new district for her to win. Both he and Jordan were able to get what they needed. He kept his workshop district, and she got many, though not all, of the minority communities in her district. At the same time he got caught up in a rift among black allies, Barnes and most of the senators had come to like and trust Jordan. She worked well with them, and they considered her an insider. But Curtis Graves, who was definitely not an insider, wanted Jordan's state Senate seat. Barnes and senators were alarmed at the possibility and decided to block him. Jordan went to Lauro Cruz, who was on the redistricting conference committee, and asked where Graves's house was on the map. Jordan took out a magic marker and drew a line around his house into the district that extended into River Oaks, the wealthy white area of town, and the map was passed. Graves was furious. Knowing that he could not win, indeed the seat did go to a white person, he instead filed to run for Congress, and Jordan and Graves battled each other in the primary, with Jordan winning the nomination. Eckhart had to stay neutral. The reason why I read this, and it may sound familiar to you, this kind of horse trading, the politics of redistricting, that absolutely has been around since the beginning of our republic. Absolutely. But what you hear, the difference here, is that it was transparent. Graves knew that Barbara Jordan had drawn a circle around his house. Ben Barnes knew who all was vying for those seats, and all the people who were vying for those seats knew each other were vying for those seats. There was no law firm that drew the districts behind closed doors and didn't share any of the actual analysis. There was no attorney-client privilege that kept them from knowing what was going on. That didn't happen, members. That didn't happen until the later 1970s and into the 1980s. And it didn't go on steroids until recently. This kind of cloak and dagger secrecy, this pretending that we don't know, is new. And it's dangerous. We must show integrity and leadership. We must be honest with each other and with our constituencies about how, when, and why we are reapportioning. When we do it every 10 years, but most especially when we do it in an unusual mid-decade redistricting effort. This idea of doing redistricting behind closed doors with lawyers under attorney-client privilege in the middle of the decade is very new. So if somebody tells you everybody does it, this is how it's always been done, look at history. We've heard a lot about one person, one vote. And a lot of people, I think, assume that that goes all the way back to the beginning of the Republic. It doesn't. One person, one vote is a concept that was derived by case law in 1965 in connection with the Voting Rights Act. Before that, politicians were almost entirely white and almost entirely male. And while the Congress was apportioned by population, state legislatures could draw congressional districts of any population to satisfy their political benefit. And that's how the U.S. House of Representatives remained almost entirely white and almost entirely male. The one person, one vote concept and the Voting Rights Act changed that and ushered in an era where we started to become a more perfect union, reflective, having representatives that were reflective of the actual population of the United States. So, in closing, by bringing redistricting into mid-decade, just in time for a midterm, and doing it with a law firm under attorney-client privilege and pretending that you don't have access to the information that they used, is going to take us backward. We will ignite a redistricting civil war across the United States, where the minority in each state will be disenfranchised by a hyper-politicized and secret process. So for those who are listening who think that this is just Democrats bellyaching, In another state, it will be the Republicans bellyaching. Look at what the Republican Party chair in California is saying about the threatened redistricting there. It sounds really similar to what we're saying here. So please think about what we're doing here. We are going backward. We are going pre-Civil Rights Act. We are going pre-one person, one vote. That is what's happening here. We are going back in time. And it's not better back there. Read the history. It's not better back there.
Senator Hinojosa from Nueces.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support of House Bill 4. Members, these maps, which actually increase the number of majority-minority voting districts, have one goal: to make sure the people of Texas have their values represented in Washington. Yet every time minorities shift politically, we hear the same tired excuse: racist this, racist that. It's all we've heard all day long. Quite frankly, I'm done listening to it. It's time to put an end to the outdated belief that you can predict political outcomes based on the color of someone's skin. That idea is wrong morally and factually, and I stand here as living proof. You see, in 2022, my district, Senate District 27, seated in the Rio Grande Valley, was drawn to favor the other party by at least 4 percentage points. But I didn't lose by 4 percentage points. I lost by less than 1/3 of 1%. But where was the wailing and gnashing of the teeth like we hear today that an Anglo woman won this majority-minority district? No, it was quiet. Where was the outrage and the cries of racism? Or am I not minority enough simply because I'm a Republican? No, there was never any outrage after the results of my first campaign. And guess what? There shouldn't have been. My majority-minority district decided to elect an Anglo for the first time in over 60 years, based off the promises she made in her campaign. She won fair and square. But then she came here to Austin and voted her own values that did not match our South Texas values. And I had the opportunity to expose that during our rematch. Only in 2024, during that presidential cycle, I was up against even greater odds. The data indicated that I should have lost by at least 6 percentage points against an incumbent with unlimited resources. But yet, instead, I won and became the first Republican to hold Senate District 27 since Reconstruction. I didn't win by ignoring voters. I won by listening to them, by asking them what they believe, what they value, and what kind of Texas they want for their families. And the response was absolutely clear. You see, people in South Texas and across the state want strong families, safe communities, low taxes, secure borders, and the right to live their lives without government overreach. We do not support men and women's sports. We do not support abortion on demand. We do not support tax hikes. We do not support open borders. These are not just talking points. These are the words and values of the people that I represent in South Texas. And therein lies the truth, members. The other party lost us Hispanic voters. They lost us when they shut down our churches during COVID. They lost us when they dismissed faith, family, and the sanctity of life. They lost us when they stopped listening to the very people that they claim to represent. And they keep losing us more and more and more, especially in South Texas. This is not a racial shift. This is a values shift. And no amount of shouting racism is going to change that. The people of South Texas have spoken, and Washington, D.C. now needs to start listening. We have all seen the political shift in South Texas over the past several years. It came to a head this last election. I won my seat. President Trump won counties all along the southern border that had not voted Republican in generations, if ever. President Trump won with 55% of the Latino vote and doubled his support among black voters from where it was in 2020. So let's stop pretending that this is all about race. It is about values. It is about representation, real representation. The fact that we're redrawing the maps is to ensure that as these shifts have happened and continue to happen, that the people are able to have representation that reflects their values, not their last name, not their skin color. These maps give Texans a voice that reflects their values, not outdated assumptions about race or party. That is why I support them. Because our job is to ensure that the people of Texas, their voices, their families, and their priorities are represented at our nation's capital. So if you're worried about losing minority votes in this next election, stop blaming maps and start looking in the mirror. Stop judging people by the color of their skin and start focusing on the content of their character. And with that, members, I proudly stand and look forward to casting my vote in favor of House Bill 4. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I wasn't actually going to give any closing remarks, but there's been so many things expressed alleging or suggesting why I'm carrying this bill. And so I wanted to make it very clear why I support this map. The Biden years were devastating to the United States. But since we've had a Republican majority in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, and since we've had a Republican president, we have seen remarkable changes in America. We now have a secure border. We're seeing an incredible slowdown in the flow of deadly fentanyl. We've seen a continuation of historic tax cuts that were about to expire. We're seeing an incredible reset of world trade policy, all in favor of America. Our military, it's back in the business of national security, not social experiments. We're standing up to Iran. We're standing up to China. We're standing up to Russia. We may even soon see an end to the Russo-Ukrainian war, which has taken uncounted lives. We're seeing an end to the foolishness of men and boys in women and little girls' sports. We're fighting anti-Semitism, on our college campuses, which grew so ugly and so rampant. We're seeing the deportation of Venezuelan gangs and dangerous cartel members, which had come in. I will tell you, I was a cop in 1980 during the Cuban boat lift, and Castro opened the prison doors to what we estimated was about 10,000 hardcore criminals. They were murderers, they were rapists, they were drug dealers. They spread out across the United States. I dealt with some of them in Fort Worth. It took the law enforcement community across this country years to work through those people and get them in jail and away from the citizens. During the Biden years, there were hundreds of thousands of hardcore criminal gang members, criminal gang members, hardcore criminals that came into the United States. I'm telling you, our grandchildren will still be seeing the effects of those hundreds of thousands that came into America. I could go on, but I just want to say that this map, from my perspective, it has nothing to do with race. It's been repeatedly said that it's about race, that it's racist. It has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with good policy. Because this historic process, the amazing progress that's been made in just 8 months, all of this will end if the Republicans lose the Congress. And it's become incredibly apparent to us in recent months the amount of gerrymandering that has been done in blue states. And I'm convinced that if Texas does not take this action, that there is an extreme risk that that Republican majority will be lost. And if it does, the next 2 years after the midterms, they will be nothing but inquisitions and impeachments and humiliation for our country. That's what we saw during the Biden years, and that's what will happen again if the Republicans lose the majority in Congress. And that's why this map is needed. Now, as to the map itself, just a couple of quick comments. I adopted HB 4, which I have said repeatedly was not drawn by me, but I adopted it because it accomplished my 3 goals. Those 3 goals were that it be legal, that it improve the political performance for those seeking Congress as Republican candidates, and that it improve compactness. This map clearly meets all 3 goals. A lot of questions today were asked about the use of racial data. It is my understanding that race was not used in the drawing of this map. And I can say unequivocally that it was not used in my consideration of HB 4, not used to any degree. Now, I think it's important to note that despite all the criticism of this map, no alternate or substitute maps have been offered by a Democrat as an amendment. Let me repeat that. Despite all the criticism today of this map, there was not a single floor substitute offered by the Democrats, nor was there a single amendment offered. Additionally, throughout all the hearings, no one presented an analysis of data to demonstrate that this map violates any law, not one. Throughout all the hearings, House and Senate for that matter, no one presented an analysis of data to demonstrate that this map violates any law. We heard hours and hours of testimony, and we were not presented with any racially polarized voting analysis, jingles factor analysis, or political cohesion analysis that suggested in any way that this map was in violation of the Voting Rights Act. Why not? It's because this map is legal as to all applicable law. This map is about policy. It's about continuing good policy. It's about overcoming gerrymandering in other states. And I think it is self-evident that because no analysis has been presented through any hearing or on this floor today, no data has been presented to show that it is not legal, I think it is self-evident that this map is legal in all respects. Now, with that said, just on a personal note, I do truly want to thank all the members that have served on the Redistricting Committee. It came upon us all pretty quick, and it's taken a lot of work and a lot of time, and it's been very difficult. And in fact, it's even sadly strained some long-time friendships. But I want to thank Vice Chair Creighton, Senator Hinojosa, Miles, Hughes, Alvarado, Paxton, Sparks, and Parker. Thank you for your time on this committee. And Mr. President, with that, I again will move final passage.
Members, we're going to take a break, a dinner break. Our staff has been up here since 10 o'clock this morning. We'll recess until 11:30. Senator Parker.
Mr. President, make a motion to recess officially till 11:30 this evening.
Any objection? Hearing none. We stand in recess till 11:30. If you want to vote on the motion, the secretary can call the roll. The ladies have been here for almost 11 hours. They're going to get a break. When we come back, I understand there is a plan for a filibuster. And if that's the case, the senator will be recognized for breaking for a dinner break that they deserve, period. Senator, you have not been recognized. Sorry. If you want to object, we'll call the roll. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Nueces, Hinojosa of Nueces, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
There being 18 ayes and 11 nays, the motion is adopted. Senate stands in recess till 11:30.